Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We're having some technical glitches, so we're trying to solve it right now. We'll soon be back to you finally, but you can just keep watching the games live and direct, as you can see on the camera. Thank you very much. We'll be back very shortly. Cheers. Okay, everybody, good morning. My name is Oyeleye Olawale, popularly known as Chief Rules, and I'm introducing to you the chief commentator for this event in person of the master of slowest play, Lapite Oluwadurotimi. And got so good we were able to get some of the moves in. We'll lock it in manually. It's going to be explaining one by one. Unfortunately, we're having a technical glitch with the lead chess link, even with the cloud. That's the chess cloud server for the broadcast. But we are much more determined to put you guys to the game one after the other to win. Please enjoy Sir Lapite Oluwadurotimi in this wonderful commentary and the games as it goes beyond. Let's go.
All right. Thank you very much for the introduction, Chief Wales. Uh, Chief Arbiter for this event. Yes. All right. So yeah, I'll try to take you through the moves as and do my best to explain the thought process of the players as they are making their moves and what they are trying to achieve, how they are trying to outplay each other and stuff like that. All right. So yeah, like Chief Will said, we had some technical issues. So here we will try to take it from the very beginning. I think we had like a couple of moves just now. So I think we'll take it from the beginning and try to explain to you what was happening. So Callistus, from I think as long as I've known him, has been like a D4 player. Maybe once in a while he dabbles into other E4s and other things. Maybe when he's playing online, but I think classical chess is always a D4 player. A classical D4 player going for the main line Nimzo Indian as white. Main line of D4 lines. So I think the first move was not a surprise at all to his opponent Abdulrahman, who is actually very famous for playing a lot of openings. Sometimes he plays the the Nimzo Indian. Sometimes he plays the Slav. I think that's his main opening as black. Sometimes he's playing the Queen's Gambit declined. So let's see what they have in store for us today. Actually, before we even go into the game, I think this is an amazing initiative. It's good to see like two of the very best players in the country. They are in the top 5. Both players are in the top 5. Fighting huge, it's going to be a huge fight, and it's going to be it's a lot of money on the line. So we're kind of being treated to amazingness. Yeah. So it's going to be a huge fight. Okay, let's just go through the moves. So I think there are some moves coming in right now. There are some moves coming in. Okay, A3, knight D3. Okay, so let's start from the beginning, and then we'll try to catch up with where they are currently in the position. So D4, like I said, it's not a surprise. Callistus is well known for playing pawn D4. Is a perennial D4 player. Okay, so Abdulrahman goes knight F6, very flexible. Still retaining the option of playing G6, of playing C6, D5, which will lead to a Slav, of playing E6, D5, which will lead to a Queen's Gambit declined. He plays the Grunfeld once in a while, so the options are still open. But the next move by Callistus is a bit of a surprise. So generally, I think he likes to, let's go back a move, he likes to play the move pawn to C4, gaining control of, using the pawns to gain control of the center. But here it goes for knight C3. So he's the first person to surprise his opponent, sort of. But I'm sure Abdulrahman too would have looked at this a bit. So knight C3. It's I think the starting moves of the Jobava London. You are threatening to play pawn to e4 and take over the center. So if you want to, I think you can play the move g6 and play a paired opening. But if you are principled, I think, and you want to play as black, like you are trying to refute what your opponent is doing, you want to try to play the best move. I think d5 is the best move here. It's what I play, so I think it's a very good move. Okay, bishop f4, already signaling that there are ideas of combining on the c7 square. So this is, like I said, it's the Jobava London, the starting moves of the Jobava London. And we have a very special man coming to sit down next to me, in my namesake, a great man. And this is Mr. Dasholu Rotimi Wilders. Please. The man behind the scenes organizing all the major chess tournaments is the brain behind a lot of great things that has happened in Nigerian chess. So let's allow him to say a few words.
Mr. Lapite is lying. Is this the current position? This is not the current
No.
position.
I'm trying to take them
walking
through.
through. Okay.
Yes. So right now we have like a bit of technical issues. So Chief Wales is helping to bring the moves from. Okay. So we'll catch up to. We're trying to catch up to their current
where
position.
they are. Okay.
Yes. All right. So yes, let me allow.
No. Continue. I can only listen and learn.
He mocks us. So Abdulrahman played e6, just trying to develop. I think for me here, I think a lot of moves have been tried. G6 has been tried. My personal
C5.
Preference is
A6.
A6, just completely preventing the idea of knight b5. So there is a famous idea, I think, by some of the top players. They play this e6 idea with the idea of playing f3, g4, bishop d3, and trying to start some sort of sometimes
Side attack.
king side attack. Maybe you castle to this side of the board. So this is well known. Abdulrahman goes for a principled line, bishop b4, pinning the knight, and just threatening to capture on on c3. I kind of like this move. Actually, I like the position from a black side, so I'm a bit biased here. But okay, let's see how the moves go. Bishop d3, okay, controlling the e4 square, and maybe planning to play knight e2 and a3, trying to gain the two bishops. So let's see how that goes. c5, striking in the center, okay. Of course, knight e2 now would not be possible because of the move pawn to c4, trapping the bishop. So here, Callistus went for d times c5. So here, he has considered a bit of the center, I feel, and black has the center, and some potential. But let's see how Callistus wants to follow it up. Okay, maybe what he intends to do is the time it will take for black to capture back this pawn, he hopes to have developed all his pieces to good squares. So here, Abdulrahman went for knight bd7. All right, so knight bd7 is interesting. Also, something worth checking out is bishop times c3. Just trying to give your opponent some problems on trying to triple your opponent's pawns and give him some problems. But maybe it's not clear. Maybe it's not worth giving your bishop for this. This dark square bishop is such an important bishop. So maybe that's why he didn't want to do that. Okay, sorry, let me remove these arrows that show here. Show inversion arrows, alright. So here it played knight bd7, trying to get this knight here and maybe even capturing the, what's it called, the bishop on d3. Okay, so here we are maybe starting to enter into the middle game, and I think I understand this move, but I'm not sure I agree completely. So the idea is he wants to play knight captures on c5, I believe, but after bishop to b5 and bishop to d7, okay, some exchanges the bishop. But what he wants to do, let me go back here. What he wants to do is he played a6, I believe, with the idea that when he then captures on c5, then this bishop cannot escape. And since this bishop cannot escape, cannot check the king, he would then get the two bishops for free. But I'm not sure the time it takes, a6, the time it takes to play this move and then finally play this move. It seems like I would have preferred to play knight c5. Then after bishop b5, well, this bishop is not exactly the greatest bishop in the world, so just exchange it. And I believe I like the black position here. But okay, Triple A had other ideas here. He played a6, and after castling, knight c5, hoping to get this knight e2. Okay, and then castle. So here is going to get the two bishops and hoping for some long-term play. Okay, so I think that's the current position. Okay, we have some moves. a3 was played, which was then knight captures on d3. So knight captures on d3, pawn captures on d3. Okay, pawn captures on d3, and then bishop e7. Okay, not yet. Okay, so here I think this is what we have currently. So knight captures on d3, pawn captures on d3. Here, I'm going to tell you straight. I'm going to be straight with you. Abdulrahman's idea is plain. He has captured this very important bishop on d3, which could, let's go back here, which could have been maybe useful in some sort of attack or something like that. But here, you know, he captures the two bishops. He captures the important bishop on d3, and he's going to try to make use of the two bishops to put pressure on the white position. So I would believe that although white is very solid, I think that long term, maybe black is the one that is better. Although you have to find a way to get this bishop on c8 into the game. So while we wait for some moves to come in, I would ask Mr. Dashiolu to say a few words on, you know, the planning that went into this event and you know, what they are looking to achieve, and maybe future tournaments or, you know, future clashes like this that can happen. So so how exactly did the organization behind this go about?
Well, as we all probably know, Mr. Abdulrahman threw an open challenge to Nigerians. I would probably have to assume it was to Nigerians, because I'm sure there would have been quite a number of people who are not Nigerians who would have gladly taken up this challenge. But, well, it was thrown to Nigerians. And Mr. FM Callistus Eyetonghan took up the challenge, and that is why we have this match. As we speak, there are some new moves coming in, so I'll leave the floor to Mr. Lapite.
Please finish. I will get to the moves. It's a slow classical game. We'll get to the moves.
Anyway, so since he wants to put me on the spot, so to say, yeah. So when Callistus kind of took up the challenge, we now said, okay, there's a challenger. Your Mr. Abdulrahman, your challenge has been accepted, or should I say your bluff has been called, whichever one that suits your fancy. And I said, well, yeah, so let's go. So there's some work behind the scenes. Chief Wills, known as Oyeleye, was very instrumental in drawing up a contract for both players. Yeah, contract was received, it was agreed to. There were maybe one or two things that were not too clear, but it was all sorted out. And then the combatants, in quotes, were asked to deposit funds to show their seriousness. And lo and behold, both of them did so. Actually, Abdulrahman did his. I think Callistus has a backer in the name of Eyetonghan Callistus, who's the vice president of the Nigerian Chess Federation. And here we are, trying to make sure that you viewers have the best. Sadly, the League Chess link is not yet up. There are some technical issues behind the scene, but hopefully it would all be resolved before the start of the second round. So I guess that's just it in a nutshell.
Well, before we go to what the moves are, I'm surprised that when the challenge was put forth on the table, I was thinking that Dashman, you would also take up the challenge. I was thinking that you would take up the challenge. What happened there?
Maybe like 20 or 30 years ago I would have, but
okay.
Not in my current state.
Okay.
I'm a certified fish, as you all know.
Okay. So
I need to take my leave. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Dashi. So let's try to get through to the moves that have been made on the board. Like I said, knight captures on d3. So Abdulrahman was trying as much as possible to capture the bishop on d3 without allowing it to exchange itself. This way, he would get the two bishops versus the knight, so that he has like a long-term advantage of the two bishops, which is what he's trying to play for. The two bishops and the fluid center. So we see him trying to do that. Of course, Mr. FM Callistus is not going to sit down and just watch. He's going to deploy his pieces and try to put pressure because you want to do that before Black is able to get the perfect piece setup. So what he's going to do is he's going to put a lot of pressure, put his pieces on very uncomfortable squares for Black, and this is what he begins to do. Rook c1, trying to take over the open file, not even giving Black time to consolidate. I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, not giving Black time to consolidate. Knight e8. Okay, controlling the c7 square, controlling the d6 square, and maybe at some point planning to play f6 and e5. You are trying to, like I told you, are trying to use the bishop here and trying to limit the the white pieces. So here f6 and e5 are ideas that probably FM Abdulrahman is looking at playing. Maybe trying to bring the bishop to this more ideal e6 square. But okay, let's see the move. We played queen b3. All right, this is also an interesting move. It might be, there are many ideas connected to this. First of all, you could try to just double up the rooks on the c file. That's one idea. And like I mentioned, f6 and e5 comes under Black's plans. So you might also want to put pressure on this diagonal by playing moves like pawn to e4, striking before white is before Black is allowed to set up his pieces in the ideal way. So e4, I think maybe starts to come to mind. E4, And well, it's not so easy. Long term, like I said, if Black is able to get all his moves in, it is going to be better. But I don't think FM Callistus is going to allow that. This strike of E4 in the center is beginning to look very interesting, and I think we have some moves coming in. So we'll try to see what the moves are. Welcome back, Chief. Sorry.
Good day, everybody. I believe you guys are enjoying the match. We are so sorry, 100% so sorry about the lead just link that we couldn't get on time, and the streamer that is in charge of the broadcast has done everything possible that he could to make sure the thing is streaming, but for one reason or the other, it's not about internet connectivity. Is for one reason or the other, the stuff is just not coming up, even on the chess cloud itself. Even if you can have the cloud link and we can share it with everybody, but unfortunately it's not going. It's more as if you are stuck with us if you want to see how the moves. And thank you very much, Mr. Lapite Oluwadurotimi, that is giving us a fantastic commentary regarding this. And before we continue on the commentary, we'll use this opportunity to give a special shout out to Royal Rex Hotel, and it's they are partnering with this chess challenge. And let us time out for you to see what their facility is all about and what it
Focusing on the
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. He has been muted for a very long time. He actually didn't know that. So
Okay.
sorry. So sorry. Now I believe you can hear us loud and clear, so you can definitely start to repeat himself from where he stopped.
From the very beginning, or
Yeah, you actually stopped from after watching the interview,
Oh,
the
okay.
advert
I thought
of Ria Rex.
from
So,
the start.
no, from Ria Rex actually.
okay.
So Ria Rex video. So sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Special shout out to Jonathan Ojegu and Mr. Edward 3E, Minerva. Thank you very much for joining. Mr. Emmanuel Ogbonna. Thank you very much for joining. And Mr. Dave Osifeko, also known as Brave Dave. And this is one and only beast of Uyo,
Okay.
Eddie Young Opongete. Of course, we'll have to know that one as fast as possible. So sorry, I can't do this call right now. Let me just quickly tell him that. So please, you can go ahead, Mr. Lapite Oluwadurotimi. Apologies.
All right. So I can see some people in chat. Thank you very much. It's please, if you have any chess questions in chat, let's make it lively. Ask your questions. We'll try to answer it as. So we are not using. So the first thing is we are not using chess engines on the show. We're trying to, follow as much as possible the players' thoughts and the thought process of the players, and I'm trying to explain it to you like in real time. So that's why we're not using chess engines. It will really dilute what we are doing. So just ask any questions. We'll try to explain it as much as possible. Some moves are coming in, and I can see some questions in chat. Like I said, you could ask as much questions as possible in chat. I can see some questions in chat. I will try to answer those questions in ASAP. All right. So audio is gone. Okay, audio is back. Thank you very much. So here, like I said, the moves came in exactly like we talked about. But before we'll get to the moves in a second. Okay. So it wasn't really clear if people heard me when I was talking. If we go back here. So here I was saying that Black has what we call the bishop pair, and he's playing for a long-term advantage. If he is able to consolidate his position and make use of the bishop pair, it's going to be an excellent position for Black. However, White is, as we can see, much better developed right now in this position. So his rook is already on the open file. We can see that it will take a bit of time for this Black, for this bishop on c8 to get into the game, and for Black to be able to contest the c file. So right now in the game, Black is behind in development, but he has the two bishops. Of course, for the other side, White is far ahead in development, but his long term is not as good. So what White will try to do is that he has the better development, and when you have the better development, it's essential that you make use of the initiative and try to strike, try to make use of your better developed pieces. And here, White is trying to do that, bringing the rook to the c file, and like I explained earlier, Queen b3. Black with the idea knight e8 controls the c7 and d6 square, preventing any infiltration by the rook or the bishop. And with knight e8, he also has a second idea. His idea is to play f6 and e5, like I explained earlier. His idea is to play f6 and e5, maybe play his bishop to e6, and bring his rook to c8, complete development, and then use the bishop pair. But FM Callistus is a fantastic player. He's not going to sit down and watch that happen. He has made an excellent move. Queen B3, and it's directed at this diagonal. The idea is that you want to strike immediately in the center with the move E4. And once the position opens up, it's not so easy. It's not so easy. Yes, it's true, black has the bishop here, but white is ahead in development, the position is opening up, it's not going to be so easy. So this is like a battle of, is a strategic battle, a very great strategic battle. So I'm liking it, and the game, like I said, the moves happen exactly like that. F6, and then E4, striking in the center. So I'll come back to this in a second. It's going to be very difficult because FM Abdulrahman has to find a way to not get run over by white's initiative. You can't just open the center anyhow, because the rooks will come into the game, and we will see that black's retarded development is going to get him into trouble. So he has to be very careful here about how he proceeds. But before that, there were some questions in the chat. I said I will try to address. So the first thing, I can see a statement by Fide. So it says a neutral analysis next time. First of all, my chess analysis has nothing to do with friendship or whatever. I'm a huge fan of high-class chess and analyzing high-class chess. In fact, if you see me maybe doing an analysis of my game, you'd probably think this guy, you probably think I'm my own worst enemy, because I'm always very critical about what I play. It's chess analysis to me is supposed to be pure, so I don't think there will be any problem on that. And now it says Rotimi is a second. I am not seconding anyone in this match. I've actually not even. I'm not seconding anybody in this match. I've not even spoken to, aside from general conversations with maybe both players. I have not been in contact with both of the players maybe for more than a week. So it's when the match is over, I believe we can then ask them who were their seconds for this tournament, and get some insight on that. So yeah, I'm not seconding anyone. All right, so let's see any other questions. The lead chess link. Yes, the lead chess link is unavailable at the moment. Please bear with us on that. We'll try to get the moves to you as they come. Okay. All right. So I believe you can see my screen. Just give me a moment.
So sorry, apologies. For the sake of those that want to see the moves, now we can show you the moves from A to Z, so you can watch it D4, knight F6, and so on and so forth. Apologies as regards. We're trying everything to make it interesting for everybody. Cheers. See you later.
All right. So I could see someone in the chat room saying that they couldn't see the moves. This is why we have this here. We've tried to increase just specifically because we don't have the Lichess server doesn't have moves currently. So we have decided to expand the stream so that you can see the moves. I hope everyone can see it. Okay, so first of all, let me hear if everybody can see like the moves on the board, like from the move 1, D4, F6, knight F3. If you can, please signify so that then I'm assured that there is no problem and I can continue with the analysis because some people are asking some interesting questions. Okay, so someone said they're on their own since move 10 based on my database. So I can tell you that generally, I think I know these two players well. Yes, it's true that by move 10, they were, maybe the database doesn't have the moves, but, okay, so Mr. Jonathan says, yes, we can see the moves. Okay, excellent. All right, so I think from the move bishop to d3, which was played by FM Callistus, I think already by this position, I can say with is a high degree of certainty that although the players are vaguely aware of the plans, in this position, but I think they already were on their own in the game. So this c5 already was a new move, like it's FM Abdulrahman playing on his own. So dc5, we talked about this. We talked about a6, where the idea is that black wants to capture on c5. He wants to capture on c5. Let's go back here. Let's go back and move. He wants to capture on c5, but he doesn't want to allow bishop b5 check and exchanging the bishops. He doesn't want that. He wanted to have everything. So that's why he played a6, trying to make sure that he gets the bishop on d3 for the knight. He wants to get the two bishops. This is exactly what FM Abdulrahman is playing for. I actually do not agree with it. Like I said earlier, I don't agree with it. I feel like the time, you shouldn't waste so much time just because you want to get the bishop pair. And it's not even, right now the bishop on d7 is not a fantastic bishop. So I would have played knight c5, and after bishop b5, bishop d7, and I would have been very happy with this position because my pieces are active, and I feel like that's more important. I prefer piece activity. The rook comes to c8, maybe we capture on c3. I prefer more piece activity to the bishop pair in this position. But okay, so this is what FM Abdulrahman was playing for. He's playing for the two bishops. But the problem is that he is now so much behind in development. Suddenly, white has the c file and then queen b3, and yeah, white is ahead in development. I think I've already explained this, so I won't want to talk too much about this position again. Okay, so the current position, there are some interesting questions coming up. Some things I've not even considered myself. So Oyepito is asking about g4, g5. So it would generally, the way I'm looking at the position is that we are so far behind in development that it's a very scary idea to play g4, g5, g5, g4, because you are so behind in development. I think it will be a miracle if g4, g5, g5, g4 is not going to be a disaster for black, because yeah, all your pieces are on the back rank. How can you justify, look at all the pieces on the back rank, how can you justify g5, g4? It seems like there will be something violent that would happen to the black position, and he will probably get checkmated. Maybe even sacrifice a piece somewhere. But we will look at the moves. Let's try to look at the moves and try to figure it out. So G5. G5. What to do after G5? All right, G5. Let's try to see. Okay, so the first thing that comes to mind is the move Bishop E3, targeting bringing the bishop maybe to a better square here. Okay, G4. Okay, let's go. Bishop B6, and what are we going to play? Queen D6 or what? Queen D6. No, I don't think Queen D6 can be good. Okay, Queen D7. Already you can see it's very awkward for the black pieces. They are just not coordinated. I believe it is too much to ask for, this from the black position. So I don't think G4, G5 is an idea currently. Once the pieces get here, everything is just it's not great at all. Knight can come to F4, and there are too many holes in the black position. I would not recommend G4, G5. Okay, so let me. So this move G5 wasn't played. Let me remove it from the analysis just in case. I don't want someone to. I don't want anyone to think that this was played in the game. So this, I think, is the current position we have, E4. So I don't think, Mr. Oyepito, I don't think G5, G4 is an idea here. I think what we should try to do is find a way to consolidate. So I'm leaning towards King H8 here. King H8 with the idea that we have some great men on the show here with us, but they've run they ran away at the first call. All right, some great men here. So all right, let me introduce first of all Themes of Africa, the man behind a lot of great pictures that are in the chess world. He has been in the chess world for a long time. Encouraged me himself when I was a very young player. So welcome, Themes of Africa. Please,
thank you.
Say a few words.
Thank you very much. It's definitely a very interesting game so far, and I believe, as you were saying about the King H8, I think King H8 actually makes a lot of sense because that would ensure the possibility of E5, D4, which then gives black at least some squares to work with, and then the development can then come in with the pieces that were seemingly inactive. So making good sense. Well done.
Yeah, so I actually have this idea of, but I'm not sure if it works. So the idea is like, let's try this variation where black takes and white takes on D5. So the idea is to play E5 and maybe try to limit this bishop. But it still seems like.
With that, then the light squared bishop of black can then move, say to G4.
Yes, but we are going to be dropping some pawns. It still seems not to be so easy to get it into the game. Okay,
it's
bishop
definitely
G4.
not going to be easy. If queen takes, then rook can take. Rook attacks on B8, taking the 7th of white.
Okay. So we are looking at this variation. Queen captures on B7, rook B8. I think queen captures on
that.
A6. All right.
At this point, there's the possibility of bishop times F3 before rook times.
Okay, so bishop captures on F3, pawn captures on F3,
and rook takes.
Rook captures on B2. Now, what to do with this?
This knight.
Okay, so let's say knight goes to c3.
Then rook can,
Rook b3.
b3.
I believe maybe a4 might be good.
a4, knight c7.
a4, knight c7. So here it looks as if we have. Okay, no. This I'm not sure. This. Okay. This.
That's
queen
attacking
is
the
anchored.
queen. Yeah.
Okay, queen
But
c4.
then queen c,
Queen c4, rook b4.
Exactly.
So it looks as if black has some activity. So let's go back a bit. Maybe we should not be so quick to capture this pawn on b7.
Exactly.
All right. So what we have is we have a lead in development. How do we make use of that? So let's try to see. Can we play the move pawn to d4?
What about bishop to b6?
Yeah, but I felt it was helping to complete
the development for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because suddenly maybe knight comes to d6, rook comes to c8.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Okay.
Is it possible to open up the position? d4.
Okay.
But e4 is the problem.
Yeah, e4 will always come true. Now
e4 is the problem.
there's a knight emprise.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so king h8. What will white do? King h8.
Rather than capturing the pawn, is it possible? I think it's possible to just push the pawn also.
To e5.
e5.
Yes. E5. That was the other option, which is quite good. And it keeps this bishop on c8.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the knight can flip.
Black would not want to play this move because so let me try to explain. In terms of the structure, you can see that. But wait a minute. Okay, so in terms of the structure, the problem is the thing is that black doesn't want to close the position. Since he has the two bishops, he wants to open up the position.
Yeah.
And knight can then, like the white knight can come to d4. But here specifically after f5, there's a threat of g5, which makes it a bit interesting. This is why I've paused a bit to try to see if it's possible to. Is it possible to play the move h4?
H4 will be given the pawn.
Yes, you are given the pawn, but you are trying to. Okay, so there are some moves that have come. Okay, so actually we predicted correctly the first move. Let's go back there. Some moves have come in. Let me try to go back. So king h8 was indeed played. You want to get out of this diagonal of the queen, so and followed by e captures on d5 and e5. So exactly like we said. But this is okay. So it's good that we are kind of seeing what the players are aiming for. We are not saying complete this thing here. But now what to do? Because of all teams has this fantastic suggestion of bishop g4, which at first I was afraid of it, but I was reluctant, but now I'm falling in love with it. So bishop g4, So the question is, where are we putting this bishop? Or are we sacrificing the bishop? So we have to look at all these options. Okay, the sacrifice, I don't think it works. I don't think the sacrifice works.
I will leave for now, but I'll be back.
Yes, Otims has been helping me in analysis, but now we have the vice president of the Nigerian Chess Federation, my favorite son, the great Prince Yinka Adewale has joined us on the show. I would now give the mic to him to just address us for a few moments.
Here I'm an interested party, and I'm not going to make any comment. I wish the better player all the best. Thank you for watching.
Wait. Prince, Mr. Dashe was on the show and he revealed some things to us. You have not confirmed it. He said that you are one of the people backing one of the players. We would like to know if what's happening there.
Maybe backing is not the right word. Maybe sponsoring is the right word. The young chap reached out to me and said that he believes he has the capacity and the potential to do it. And for me, I look forward to fights on the chessboard every day. So the only thing I could do is to support the young man. And I believe we will see a lot of fantastic moves on the chessboard. So I'm a lover of chess, so I always want to see fight on the chessboard. So that's what I've done.
All right.
And I think I'm in the right path.
Yes. So thank you very much, Priscilla, for that. So he has just revealed to us that some interesting insights there. Now you know that FM Callistus is being sponsored by Prince Yinka Dewali. But like he said, apart from the fact that he's sponsoring him, that's just the extent of it. Most important thing is that he himself is a huge lover of chess, and he's doing it because if he wants to see a great battle and bringing Nigerian chess closer to the world. So yeah, very interesting. All right, so let's see. Let's see. Like I said, I encourage people to please say some things in chat so that we know that people are following. So the last two moves, somehow they seem as if they have been to Black's advantage. So here, like I said, if Black should consolidate his position, the bishop pair would be very strong. So it needs to be that White needs to find some energetic way to respond to this position. That is why I'm trying to look for ideas of even maybe sacrificing the piece, because what happens is it's a very, very popular idea to play against some pieces. For example, this setup is well known to be anti-knight. Knights don't like when a piece is set up like this. They don't have places to jump. You can see that this knight is completely restricted. It doesn't have the G5 square. It doesn't have the D4 square. It can't go to the E5 square. So the knight is getting restricted, and this is what you want to do when you have the two bishops. You want to restrict your opponent's knight and then make sure that your own pieces get to excellent squares. So this is an excellent pawn sacrifice that we, of course, already discussed. However, it's the next two moves or three moves. I think White has to find a way to set up his position. If I were the one here, I would probably, not actually here. I think on the previous move, I would have spent, 10, 15 minutes trying to figure out how, trying to make sure that my pieces are not restricted in this way. So if already, so here I feel like you have to find a way to, play that you can open up the position. So that's why, first of all, we have to know where to bring our bishop to. Are we bringing our bishop to E3, or what? Where are we bringing our bishop to? There's also the idea of bishop here and bishop here. So before we get there, let me try to see what's happening. Okay, so there are some strong players in the chat. There is Ohipo Bartholomew, Dr. Kikosem. All right, Oyepiton Joshua, very strong player. Okay, E5 is strong. E5 can't be good, I guess. Black gets good attack. Is there a lichess link? No, there is no lichess link currently. Okay, so there are some ideas of the bishop, but okay, so the important thing is, can we get the move D4 in? Now, D4, let me show you what I mean. Let me just make a random move just to illustrate what I'm saying. So D4 by White. White is not going to open up the position. White is going to most likely play a move like, E4, making sure that this knight doesn't, that the position doesn't open up. So the question is, what are we doing? Okay, after e5, bishop e3. I believe bishop e3 is good. I believe bishop e3 is good. Bishop g3 also makes some sense, since you are going to play d4 anyway. D4, and so this bishop would be on this diagonal. Okay, so maybe white is still much better. Maybe if you successfully play the move pawn to d4, if white can successfully play the move pawn to d4, then it might be better. But the question is, can he successfully play the move pawn to d4? After bishop g3, I think bishop g4 is the move. Bishop g4 is the move. You need to you at this point you cannot be timid. If you have sacrificed one pawn, probably you need to sacrifice another. Another idea, but I feel this is too slow, is to play the move pawn to b5 with the idea of bringing the bishop to b7. This bishop would be a monster if it gets to this square. So let's see if it works. Pawn to d4, pawn to d4, pawn to e4, knight to d2. Okay, this is followed by now you're threatening. Okay, you're not threatening that. Pawn to f5. There is the idea of knight here, bringing a knight here. There's the idea of bishop here. So bishop to e5, threatening moves like knight f4, knight e6. Okay, so I'm not sure if we are still on. There's been a bit of. So yeah, Ohipo suggested to move bishop g3, which is I think very interesting. The main idea anyway for white is that you want to strike in the center with d4. And I believe if white can successfully strike in the center with d4, then black might be in a lot of trouble. If he doesn't find a way to consolidate, make sure that the position doesn't open up. If the position opens up too much, the fact that all of white's pieces are well developed is going to cause a lot of problems. Okay, so we have some moves. Let me see. After pawn to e5, what was played? Bishop to g3, and then what? b5. Yes, this was what I was looking at, but I don't know. What are you going to do after the move pawn to d4? Okay, we have Mr. Otims joining us again. Excellent ideas that he always has, so it's good to have him back. So
yeah, it's good to be back.
The question is, what are we going to do after the move pawn to d4? Are we just going to ignore it and play bishop to b7? Or okay, are we just going to ignore it and play the move bishop to b7?
Well,
pawn to d4. I feel this is the move white wants to play. Pawn to d4.
Yeah, well, if this happens, there's the possibility of pawn to
yes.
to e5.
But pawn to e4, black plays knight, white plays knight e2.
Then bishop can now go to b7.
Bishop goes to b7, knight goes to e4.
And then bishop captures.
Wait.
Yeah.
Do we need to capture it immediately? Do we need to do that immediately? We can wait a move. We can play a move like knight to c3, saying that, okay, on the next move, we will then capture on e4.
Knight to c3. You know, that's a double pawn already, a double pawn island.
Oh, but these pawns control a lot of squares.
Yes, they do. Now, we can work with either bishop to d6, take out that dark squared bishop.
But then that would mean that
you are giving the pawn.
That's a second pawn.
Yes, then bishop captures bishop.
At a second pawn, I think black has to be lost here.
Really?
Yes, the knight goes to c5. It's just there is no good way to
No, knight to c7 now for black.
knight to c7.
And
Okay.
the recapture begins.
Knight to c7. I think the best black can get here is a draw, and you have to grovel
Yeah,
But-
that's a possibility.
because
but
knight c3.
bishop takes pawn. But I'm
There's knight
looking,
c3 and there's d6.
Yes, I'm looking at d6. I'm in favor of d6 actually.
Yeah. Okay, but d6. Where does the knight go to? Okay, d6. Let's start with d6.
d6, knight to e6.
No, knight can't go to e6. That's it.
Oh, the queen. Yes.
So maybe knight c7 cannot be even played.
But the knight can go back.
Yes.
But if it
then
goes
knight
back,
to
then
c5.
yeah, knight to c5 is playable, but not necessarily the best because with knight to c5 you have bishop to c6.
Yes, but
But then there's also pawn push.
yes, and there is also knight e6.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
black is in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah.
So
okay.
let's go
Let's
back.
see. Okay, so maybe ignoring might be the best move in that position to open the F file and then keeping tabs on, well, bishop to b7 at this point.
Okay, so let's say bishop b7, but then the position opens up and it gets a bit scary.
Yeah.
So there are two things that we have to consider here: knight c3,
Knight c3.
keeping the pawn, or just d times e5, opening up the position.
D times e5 can be followed up with bishop times.
Okay, bishop
Then-
captures.
Yeah.
Then let's put the queen, I believe, on the e3 square is fine.
Okay. Then bishop can capture the knight.
Okay, bishop captures the knight. It's tempting to play queen captures, but there is the open
Exactly.
file, so I'm
Exactly.
going to capture with the pawn.
Okay, so at this point we can go with pawn captures.
Okay, pawn captures. The pawn is hanging, but it's not running away, so
Yeah.
let's put the rook into the game.
With the rook in that position, we
So here,
the rooks are taking the two open files. Yeah, I think at this point, one
well, maybe white.
queen would probably have to go move to b8.
No, but b8 comes with a tempo. If you play queen to b8, then
Bishop takes. With bishop takes, queen comes down to b7.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's possible. Okay, so you want to play queen to b8, bishop here, and then you want to follow it up by playing queen to b7, targeting this pawn.
Yeah.
All right, that's a possibility. However, I think black can just, white can just play the move pawn to f4 or knight d4. Let's see which one is better. I think pawn f4 is good. Pawn f4 is good.
Yeah.
The bishop is in the center, controls a lot of squares, and it's very solidly protected by the pawn.
Well, with that, bishop comes to f6.
Bishop comes to f6. There is no fear from anyone here. I think you can just continue to bring your pieces into the game. It's not clear. Maybe knight d4 or knight g3.
If it goes with knight d4, then the second rook comes into play with rook to d8.
Yeah, but here knight e6, rook
Then rook
d8.
takes.
Although okay, we have gone too far from the
From the original.
okay,
game.
but here we can see that
Mm,
white is definitely the one
yeah.
with ideas of this
Yeah.
thing, because maybe rook c7 we have knight d8 even. Okay, so
no, rook g8 would.
okay,
would
rook
be-
g8, but the piece is a bit passive. It's
Yeah.
a bit passive.
Yeah.
So let's try to go back. Let's see, after e4, king h8, right? And then after e captures d4, okay, and then after bishop, no, I believe it was bishop g3. I believe bishop g3 was played.
G3.
Let me make this the main line.
Okay.
I believe bishop g3 was played and b5.
So here is where we are now
Yes.
looking at how white would continue.
Yes, so we were suggesting a move d4 here,
Yeah.
although I don't think we've gotten a move yet, but this is the move we are looking at, pawn to d4.
But with pawn to d4, is it not also possible to just bring the bishop to g4?
Yeah, but the position is open up.
Yeah.
Do we have some moves? Chief Wales has brought us some moves. He's giving us the gift of some moves. After d4, okay, b5. No, we're still there.
We're still there.
Yeah. Huh?
Can I just give me a second?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Okay,
No problem.
Just give me a
b5.
second. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad to tell you right now that we are back live online. So the lecture link is on, thanks to Mr. Dashe, and there's already posted a link. So now what I'm going to do right over here is to pick the same link. I'll pick the same link sent by Mr. Dashe Oluwadurotimi. Where is it? Apologies. I think it would have been easier if I was using my. Yes, this is it. Thank you very much. So all I need to do is copy this, and now I have to create another page.
No, you can just paste it here. So since
It will wipe all this off. Are you
Yeah,
sure?
it's fine.
So I was
Okay,
thinking,
okay,
I was
okay.
thinking you are going to have the live page
and the analysis
and the analysis
Oh,
page,
okay.
so you'll be able to just toggle the tab. Once I click on this now, just post it here. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll have the live broadcasts of the round one game live and direct over here. So you can easily toggle back to see what the game. In fact, you can even continue your analysis
Yes,
from here actually, if possible. So let's just go back, and I think what was the last move that you were talking about? B5 was the last move
Yeah,
you
b5.
spoke about, and you can continue from there, so you can see the next couple of moves are coming
Alright.
in real time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much. Bye, guys.
All right. So I was expecting that that the white player would play the direct pawn to e4 move, pawn to d4 move. But first he played knight c3, which is also very sensible, controlling the d5 square, and making sure that if he plays d4 now, it can't be met by e4 because white is controlling that. Although I have some doubts. d4 was played, e4, knight captures e4. So I'm guessing now if he wants to play, maybe bishop captures on b7. And although black will be a pawn down, but maybe the two bishops will compensate for it. Yeah, I really was, instead of knight c3 here, I really was hoping for, I really was hoping for the direct d4. I thought that was more critical. But maybe it's possible the players had calculated deeper and they saw that it wasn't working. Okay, so let's talk about people on the they need to capture f3, insert rook d1 intermezzo. Okay, black is toast. I don't know if black is toast, but only if. Okay, so the people want the link of the lead chess broadcast. Let me copy it and paste it here. You can also follow the games live. So we are back, and you can follow the games live. Let me post that 3 times just for effect. All right, so you can't miss it now. The lead chess broadcast link is there, and yeah, you can follow the games live on lead chess. All right, so once again, I feel a bit bad that d4 wasn't played, but I think we have already gone past that.
It was eventually played, actually.
Yeah, but by that time,
Yeah.
black had consolidated a bit with bishop b7.
Exactly.
You don't want to give. So the reason I really wanted g4 here is that in this position, the pieces are
Still behind.
yes, they have not developed at all. Even this bishop is the only one that has left the back rank, and it's also is it's a bit sad here. So before Black even gets the opportunity to start bringing his pieces into the game, you just want to strike in the center and make use of your own lead in development. You can see that your pieces are already in the game. So this is why I'm like stressing it, really, really stressing it, and it aches my heart. I know that D4 wasn't played here, trying to strike, or at least, well, he probably would have calculated it, and maybe he didn't like something. So probably. D4 was the move I really liked. But okay, so here instead Knight C3 was played. White is a pawn up, so he's saying, okay, I'm a pawn up. Let me just consolidate, keep it, and enjoy my time. So he plays Bishop B7, followed it. So in the same spirit, since he has already played Knight C3, he could as well just play Rook E1. With the idea that you are not even going to, you still want to play D4. Let's make a neutral move. Let's make a really neutral. I don't know what neutral move we can make. Okay, let's just play a move like A6. Let's just it's not a neutral move.
In this position, maybe Bishop C5.
But it will come to D. It would.
Bishop
C5. Bishop C5. You want to control the. But here I think don't you lose a pawn with Knight B5?
Bishop can capture also.
Yeah, but you win a pawn. For example, Knight B5, Bishop captures,
Bishop takes, pawn takes,
and then
Queen takes.
Okay.
And then Bishop takes.
Okay, and then Bishop takes or Queen takes. Yeah, but okay. Well, okay. I understand. It's interesting. Let me go back a bit.
Yeah.
D4 takes on D4.
Oh, someone is joining us from Canada. You're welcome, John.
Okay. So B5, Knight C3, Bishop B7.
Yeah.
D4 played, trying to strike in the center.
E4 was also played.
E4.
Knight captures.
Let me just explain for those people who might not. You see, if you do something like this, I don't think it's good at all.
No, it's not.
The fact is that White is just ahead in development, and you are bringing his pieces to the best squares. Knight D4 controlling E6. So I don't think E times is something you would consider.
Also controlling that H2.
Yes, this bishop is now fantastic. So definitely you don't want that. So here better is you play E4 and then
keep the double pawn.
Yes. And Knight captures. So is this the correct?
Yeah, that's the correct position.
How come it's not the main line?
Well, that's what I don't know if it has been captured. For Black, if Black has captured, but the Knight capture was the last position I saw.
And you can refresh.
Okay, so we have some moves actually. Bishop G5, B5, Knight C3, Bishop B7, D4, E4, Knight E4, and then Queen E3. Okay. So this is our current position. I think the very worst is over for Black.
Yeah.
His position is still not great. He's a pawn down. He still has some ways before he can bring all his pieces into the game. But the very worst, at least he now knows what he's playing for.
Yeah.
A few moments ago it seemed like maybe he might be wiped off the board, but now at least there is some hope. This bishop on D5 is actually, what is keeping it all together is just a very, very strong bishop, controlling a lot of light squares. This bishop is great.
From at this point, Knight C6
Okay.
tries to
Knight what?
Knight C3. Sorry.
Knight C3.
But then with that, there is also Bishop C4.
Okay, it's black to play. So
No, it's. Oh, okay, yeah, it's black to play.
we can. What can we do here? Knight d6 is an idea.
Yeah, it's an idea I don't like. An idea I don't like very much. Yeah,
F5.
I was looking at this.
F5.
So now with this, knight can go back to c3, but
C5.
c5.
That's probably the first move you have to look at. Because
Yeah,
it's going
because
forward,
of-
it's attacking.
Yeah, it's attacking.
It's an attacking move. So you look at knight c5. You definitely consider knight c3 at some point, but you first look at knight c5. Look at try to see if there is a way to make use of.
Well, I guess
Look
with
at knight
knight
c5 and knight g5. But knight c5 looks very nice.
Yeah, with knight c5, bishop c4, rook can take on c4 and then still continue.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this f5 move. Not sure about this f5 move because suddenly white gets a lot of squares for his pieces. You know, because a moment ago, you know, in the beginning of the show, I was telling you about how this e5 pawn, f6 pawn kind of restricts a knight. It stops it from going to a lot of squares. So but by playing f5, you know, suddenly you start to get a lot of access
Attacks.
to some very nice squares. So it's I'm a bit surprised. I'm a bit
think
surprised.
there might be an imagination of f4
Yeah, but f4 doesn't even work.
at all.
Oh, I think I see his idea. His idea is a tactical idea. Maybe he wants to play bishop captures on f3. And but can that be his idea? I don't get it. No, I don't get it.
I don't think.
I thought it was his idea was queen f3 and then maybe something like pawn to f4, but it doesn't even work. Like if we go back here, it doesn't actually even work. At the worst, if you are really afraid, you can even capture with the pawn. I don't get it. I don't get his idea. I actually don't get his idea.
Okay, before you end up getting this idea, I think we need to quickly show this to everybody live and direct watching this from all over the world. Mr. Ogushiku is going to actually help us talk about this as fast as possible. Now, please.
Okay, so this is the 2025 Zone 4.2 West Africa Chess Championship. It's an event that is basically for the best of the best in the whole of West Africa. Nigeria will be hosting this event in Lagos, Nigeria, at the City Heights Luxury Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. All the games will be live. There will be sections for open and female sections, and players from 12 countries have been invited for this particular event. So yeah, it's billed to be a very, very interesting one. And the West Africa Chess Champion, who is AAA, Abdulrahman, currently playing in the 2 million naira match, will be participating in that event. Lapite, will you be playing?
Yeah. So I'm using this analysis as training. We'll see. So all those people who are in the comment section who think they have what it takes to play in the zone 4.2, it's March 31st. Yes.
Yes, March 31st arrival.
Yes. So it's going to be the biggest West African best brains in West Africa. So you can definitely come and get a chance to fight for the World Cup via that. You get there and then you have to play in that tournament and then you get to the World Cup.
Yeah.
So and then from the World Cup you get to the candidates. From the candidates you get to become world champion. So already zone 4.2 is where you have to play.
Exactly.
Again, after zone 4.2, I think it's upcoming also. They have to know the Super Zonals, please.
Yes, the Super Zonals will be holding in April, also in Nigeria, and it's it would be the best brains from each of the 5 zones in the on the continent. The winner of Zone 4.1, Zone 4.2, Zone 4.3, Zone 4.4, and Zone 4.5 in 2024 and 2025. 10 players will be participating in the Super Zonals. So the winner of the 2025 West Africa Chess Championship will be participating in that event. AAA, as we said, is the current West African Chess Champion. He has already gotten a slot to participate at the Super Zonals this year. The winner of the Super Zonals will get the World Cup slot, a World Cup slot, and if the person is not already an international master, the person will become an international master straight up from there. There are a few other benefits of participating at the Super Zonals, but all this will be made known in time.
Thank you very much, sir. And let's go back to the games. Here we go. This is where you guys are, and I'll leave it to it.
All right. So thank you very much, Chief Wills and Otins, for explaining about the Zone 4.2. So you know where you know what you have to do. Going for March 31st. Just if you are walking, just start booking your leave now.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm like I said, I'm a bit shocked by F5. It gives a lot of squares to the white pieces. Okay, so yes, F5 was followed by knight C5.
Naturally.
So, and then after knight D6.
The knight comes into play.
Yeah, but so it's an interesting thing here. There are 2 pieces that can go to E5. There's the bishop and then there is a knight. So it's a bit of a question of which one do you want to play. And also, one of the reasons I'm surprised is because I was talking about this bishop being the heart of
of the black's game now.
Yeah, of the black's game, and here white even has a chance to just win it by playing knight E6. So it's a bit shocking. It's a bit shocking, I won't lie to you. But okay, so I mean, he has some ideas too of playing maybe knight E4. Knight E4. So this is an interesting moment of trying to find which pieces to exchange, which pieces to keep. These kind of positions are positions I kind of like, where you have to figure out which piece to exchange and keep. Okay, so you might be looking at knight E4. So let's try to look at some variations. Let's try to look at some variations. Which one do we start with?
Well, it's obvious if bishop goes to the E5, it will be challenged on F6 by black's bishop.
Okay. So the first thing is that white is a pawn up.
Yeah.
So
the pawn is an island.
But it's a pass pawn.
It's
a very strong pass pawn.
It's still an island anyway.
It's currently blockaded now, but in some moves it could become a monster. So first of all, of course, it's obvious already by this point the game has already
transitioned.
It's obvious that white is just better.
Yeah.
So the question is, can black make a draw? Or maybe even the better question is, if I'm the white player here, because this is how I'll be looking at it, I'll be trying to say, okay, I'm the white player, how can I win? Because I feel like this is a position where white has the right to play for a win. So the question is what to do. The knight is this knight on D6 is a bit irritating. However, it's not entirely clear. Okay, for example, let's see. Knight E5. So black has 2 options, knight C4 and knight E4. F4 I don't think is a huge problem. So knight E4 and knight F4.
Well, I think F4 might just work in this position, because with F4, bishop takes, then knight C4.
Okay, F4.
Bishop takes,
knight
C4.
Knight C4. But knight can take.
Knight can take, yeah, then bishop takes, attacking the rook.
Okay, but the rook can come to d1. d1.
Then there's the possibility of rook takes bishop, and then
Which rook takes bishop?
rook on f.
Okay, rook takes bishop.
Yeah, queen takes bishop g.
Yeah, but you're making all the moves I want. Like, these are the moves white wants, because it simplifies the position. It's now a clear. It's now a clear. White is now clear 2 pawns up with the better position.
That's true.
So maybe,
maybe
this might not work. But the idea of f4, you always have to keep it in mind. I think it's important. There might be a tactical blow with f4 at some point. Okay, so knight e5 is an option. Bishop captures on d6 is an option.
Yeah.
I feel this is where FM Callistus has to be careful so that he is able to just convert his position.
With bishop captures, queen can just capture back.
Okay, so queen captures
d6.
d6, yeah. Okay, knight can go to e5. Rook can go to e1.
Well, with either, bishop can just go to f6.
Yeah, but okay, let's see. Knight goes to e5.
Bishop to f6.
Bishop f6, there's knight d7. Okay, there's rook e8.
Okay, with this, there is the pawn push first. f4.
f4, yeah?
No, for black.
Okay, f4. Okay. f4. Queen h3.
Queen h3. Queen h3. H3, bishop f6.
Yeah, I was hoping to trick you there. Bishop f6, and the trick was knight g6. I'm winning this. That was my trick. I was just waiting for trick here. Okay, so yeah, I'll show bishop f6.
That's interesting. That's actually quite interesting. So with this.
So easy,
yeah, maybe f3.
Yeah, I was looking at that, but you won't allow the pieces to come into the game. I think you can just play g3.
Okay.
I think you can just play g3.
Now with g3.
And there is nothing to fear, I think.
I guess now you can go with bishop g5.
Okay, bishop g5. Where is this bishop going to? Okay, bishop g5. Is it possible to just ignore you and play the move queen d7? Is it possible to ignore you and play the move queen d7?
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Rook d1 is also a move. Rook c3 is also a move.
No, rook.
Okay, let's try queen d7. Why not? Yeah?
Okay.
So this one, I think queen times d7 maybe is almost forced. Almost.
No.
There's also rook d8.
Rook a. Rook a d8. That's the.
Okay, let's see. Rook a d8. Yeah, we're just gonna exchange.
Yeah.
And then try to consolidate with the. We are a pawn up, yeah.
I think at this point, knight c. No, I think knight c to D7 would make a lot of sense here.
Okay, knight c to d7,
Yeah.
and then maybe bring in the rook
Rook
into.
to C7, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Rook d8 though.
Yeah, so rook to C7.
Rook to c7, or rook to c7.
And then there's always the possibility of the knight going back.
Yeah, there's always some
There's
h4,
always H4,
and then rook c1.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the live. So it looks interesting too, because this knight, maybe you don't want it to be dancing around. You want to just play bishop captures on d6, and you're a pawn up, and then bring the other knight to e5.
But then you do know that there is also.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
There's one. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, my life. Right?
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
please.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here, knight is coming to either c4 or e4.
e4. Yeah.
Black has a very good dash square bishop,
Yeah.
which I think shouldn't trade for now.
This dark square bishop. Yeah.
I mean white's dash square bishop.
Okay.
Yeah,
This one.
white
Yeah.
very so, because the option is to take off the knight, but I don't think it's a good thing. Rather, why not the rook that is actually on f1 to double up, so that it can actually cause a little distraction.
Yeah.
The whole idea for me is that bishop, that square bishop of white, to actually go and sit down on e5.
Yes. So this was one of the first things I was looking at. But then I was wondering what.
If it comes into
Yes.
then bishop goes in into e5.
Bishop goes to e5.
Yeah, bishop goes to e5. So if there is a take, I don't
Okay.
think there will be a take.
That might be actually very good.
Yeah,
Because
I don't think there will be a take because there is a threat of queen going to. So he won't do anything. Black will not do anything on the king side.
yeah. So what I missed from afar is I was thinking the problem I had was I was wondering what to do with this knight. But then I can now see that you can just bring the knight at. But not immediately.
No,
does it?
not immediately. You have to wait and see the action of.
No, but even immediately it
of
works.
white.
Yeah? Let's make a neutral move. Let's say rook c8. Let's just say a neutral move. I think knight e4 is possible here. I was afraid of bishop
Why
g5.
do you want to do knight? Why you just leave the knight there for now? You continue with your thread.
Okay.
If rook comes to c8, maybe you just want to solidify, push b4, just hold further, or even maybe you want to even go and take the pawn.
Yeah.
take the pawn again, grab the pawn.
Just give us a moment. Let's. We'll need Chief Wales for a moment. Okay, thank you. Chief Wales, I mistakenly closed the.
The game windows.
Yes,
Okay.
the entire window actually.
The entire game window. Okay, no problem. I think I can probably always bring that. Oh, that's around that window entirely. Okay. Let me just hold on a sec. Another Chrome, I think. Paste here. Enter. So I have to go back to. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, who will be back at you in no time. So in the meantime, be watching this. This is
You understand the idea?
It's
okay.
okay. Oh, no, we All right. Yes. Sorry for that. I think we're back. All right. Okay. So before we the transmission broke, Prince was showing us some great ideas because if you don't know him, he's well known for keeping the initiative. You know, if he has an attack against your king, I got to witness it firsthand. You know, I was just at his mercy. So he just wants to bring all his pieces into the game. Rookie one, which is what I always tell my students: bring all your pieces into the game.
Oh,
so
nice.
this is a fantastic move, Rook E1, which is also what was played in the game. Let's go back to the live position. Okay, we have this position, but before that, E4 takes. Queen here. Knight C5. Okay, Rook E1 was played. Bishop F6. Moving the bishop away and okay, maybe threatening bishop captures on F3, queen captures and then bishop D4. Maybe threatening that. But I'm not even sure you're threatening that because of knight E6.
He made knight e6.
Yeah, so he played knight E6 immediately.
Yeah, so queen takes. Bishop will have to take.
Bishop most
Then
likely.
queen takes. Then there's a threat on the knight. So
Knight goes to C4 or E4.
so the knight has to come to c4.
Okay, let's see knight C4.
Then that pawn is not that free. I'm not sure.
But yes, I understand what you're saying. It seems like suddenly black has just a little bit of
fights.
yeah,
A little
activity.
fight.
But it's
However,
not clear though. You have to find some. Okay, so there's knight E5, threatening knight F7.
yeah.
So the question is how to handle that.
So it's not going to take. It will take the pawn on the b3 on b2.
No, but you win an exchange.
Okay, that's also there.
Just win an exchange. So knight E5.
So
looks very-
exchange is not a problem because the knight can go back on C
on D3.
on d3 to actually fuck the two rooks as well. So
Yes.
if knight goes on so rook will take it, then knight comes back and fuck.
Trying to see if this works, but it doesn't work.
Because if black should take the b pawn, that becomes will have a slight edge back.
Okay, so let me put the moves on the board of what we're trying to say. Knight B2. And here there was a question of what happens after knight F7.
Rook takes.
Rook takes, of
Yeah.
course.
Queen takes.
Queen takes, and then knight
Knight.
D3.
Okay, I've seen a defense. So bishop goes to, well, it's still not, yeah, so it's just an exchange.
So bishop goes to E5. What would black do after bishop E5?
No, that's not a threat. Knight will take the bishop.
No, but if knight takes the bishop, then
Yeah.
you are an exchange up.
No, knight takes the bishop. Bishop takes the bishop back.
Sorry,
So it's
not
not possible.
which move?
You are saying that. Sorry, just
This knight takes bishop.
yes.
No, but then black is lost. Pawn takes. You have.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
I wasn't looking at that pawn. Yeah, I didn't see that pawn.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so with that, so it has to be knight takes the rook on the c5.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
that's where another problem is.
Okay.
Bishop captures.
Then I use the queen to capture. Maybe.
But if the queen captures, there's a back rank. Yeah. Is that not a back rank, mate?
Okay, so pawn takes.
But if the pawn takes, this was my trick.
Okay.
There is rook E.
in.
Yes.
Okay.
And the queen can't come here because of queen check here.
So.
So that was the trick I was playing for there.
Okay.
That was why I played
okay.
bishop E5.
Mm,
So maybe knight D3 doesn't even win the exchange because of bishop E5.
yes.
Or Is it possible to take on e5
No.
first?
As bishop takes bishop.
Yes.
Okay, then. Yeah, since there is no exposure, direct exposure on queen, so
Yeah.
bishop
Pawn
takes
take.
bishop, pawn takes, then knight takes the rook on the c file
Knight
to
takes rook.
distract the
Knight takes rook. So who is better here?
looks equal, except the pawn on so yeah, white has to black has to come for no white still has a slight advantage, but it still has a background weakness as well, which
Yeah.
you will lose one move tempo. But that pawn on the he file is also very strong. That's
Yes.
a passer.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
and the king needs to move very fast.
Yeah.
Number one, exchange will have to happen.
So what to play here? Queen d2. First of all, displacing the rook away from maybe to have to put it on a very.
I don't think that is risky because queen d2.
Yeah, we're
If rook goes to f1,
Aha,
then there is a possibility of the one pawn is hanging there.
Yeah.
The f pawn is hanging. Then
Yeah.
there is also a possibility of pushing pawn,
Yeah, it's risky.
so it's risky.
It's risky. So, but that would mean that white looks better.
Yes.
And, because once you play maybe h3,
Yes.
and then this combined threat of the
h3 and rook
the
goes
pawn,
in. Yes.
the combined threat of everything.
But after
The pawn is
h3, you
hanging.
can take the pawn.
Yes, after h3, you can
Yeah.
successfully do anything he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
All right. Thank you.
yes. Interesting position. Let me refresh it to see what is happening on the live board. Ah, yes. So we are on YouTube. Let me see what's happening. Yes, Presido with the big machine joining us with some analysis. Yeah, white is just much better in the position that we have currently. And now he has played an interesting idea: knight e6, knight c4. But the question is, after knight e6, knight c4, what happens after rook captures on d4? That's a bit confusing. After rook captures on d4, rook captures on d4. What does he intend to do? I don't understand. I don't understand this move. After rook captures on c4, I'm not sure what's happening. I'm a bit confused. Is it possible for me to presently call Presido? Is Presido around? Yeah, please, I'm confused. I need someone to help me, see something because I'm a bit confused here. Here it seems, black played knight c4. I thought.
How will
rook
naturally take rook takes?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if maybe
Rook
I'm missing
takes.
something.
Yeah.
But rook takes, maybe he wants to bring his queen
To where?
to maybe e7 and
And
say
then-
that this rook is hanging this knight.
No,
is
knight
hanging.
takes the other rook.
Yeah, I'm confused. I don't understand. Or is this a transmission error?
Can we check?
It cannot be the rook. Because rook takes c4 just looks good. Rook takes c4 just looks so good. I don't understand. So bishop e6. Oh, I see the idea now. Bishop e6. Wow. I completely missed that. Interesting. Okay, so it seems Mr. Oyekito has explained to us what's happening. It says bishop e6 after rook c4. Yeah, it says, so someone, it seems, has shown what's happening. It says bishop e6. So what to do after bishop e6? So some tactical tricks, yeah? Some tactical tricks. Is this the current position? Let me refresh. Where is this? Okay, so rook knight e6 was played. Knight c4, rook captures, and then rook e6. Yeah, I'm wondering. rook c6. Okay, I'm guessing black is going to play bishop d5.
No, it's not
But
good.
rook to d6.
Yeah, exactly.
So that means this bishop has to go somewhere very terrible. So that was just a one move trick to the position. Is still remains bad. I think please, in case you are seeing our live stream, you are seeing Abdulrahman. No, it's not Abdulrahman versus Abdulrahman. It's FM Callistus as white versus Abdulrahman as black. FM Callistus has a wonderful position as white, and Abdulrahman is struggling to find a way to draw, which it's looking very unlikely right now. Yeah. So the question is where to put the bishop.
Bishop c4.
Yeah, bishop c4, but I think there's pawn b3. Pawn to b3.
Okay, so bishop has to go far back.
So the
You
question
have
is
to-
it going to c8? Is it
to-
going to f7? No, this is not looking good at all. And maybe bishop e5 or something, or bishop knight e5. There are so many tempting jumps. Yeah, it looks really bad. I think white is better here. We are just waiting for. Okay, bishop g8 was played. Bishop g8. Bishop g8 played.
I'm sorry for jumping into your
Yes, please,
commentary. Please, I have a question. What exactly is wrong with bishop d5?
Okay, so bishop d5, as we're showing here, bishop d5 just falls to rook d6, and it's a fork.
For junior players now, like us,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
don't know what's going on. We just wanted the
No,
to see.
it's
why
possible
bishop
it's possible to
d5
miss it immediately because bishop d5 looks like this is the square you want to put the bishop, but it just does not work. Rook d6 is just crushing.
Thanks for the explanation.
So yeah, after bishop g8, it's not clear. Okay, I
Did
think
it
knight e5 has been.
Immediately?
Was I the one who clicked that?
I don't think so.
knight e5 has been played. Yeah, knight e5. has been
95 immediately, just
Yeah.
immediately without even blinking.
played. Yeah, knight e5. Okay, knight e5.
So far so good. What are black's chances in your own opinion? Because I know black has been on the defensive so far so good. I know.
So, if we go back one move, one of the ideas I will have taken a bit of time because one of the ideas I'll be looking at would be trying to get a good knight versus a bad bishop. For example, imagine a position where this happens. Just look at this knight on e5. It's like it's a fantastic beast. It just controls a lot of squares. It's helping both in attack and defense. You might even have ideas of knight g6, pawn g6, and queen. Just showing tactical patterns that can happen. For example, queen h3.
Queen h3 first, yes.
Yeah, then knight g6. So you can see that this knight is just fantastic. It controls the king side squares. It controls the queen side squares. So it's one of the things I would have looked at to just exchange the bishops and get my knight to a fantastic square. But I'm surprised, without even blinking, Callistus played the move knight e5. So either he has seen something, he has foreseen something and calculated well, or I feel maybe this might have been a bit of a rushed move. But maybe he has seen everything. Maybe he has seen everything and he just feels that, okay, there is nothing, I've seen everything, I'm sure of what I'm doing. And, that's it. Yeah, but I'm surprised. I would have really, really considered the move bishop e5, exchanging the bishops, and this knight is just insane.
Now, so immediately after he played that knight, knight e5 now.
Yeah. Now,
Fine, we don't have to be moving our bishop up and down, but this time, wouldn't that be forcing bishop back to d5 now? Because the idea was to put the bishop on that diagonal, chase it with a rook. There is
bishop
no-
here?
Yes, there is
Okay,
no.
so bishop here, I believe
There is no
it
knight.
still possible to play rook d6. That's what maybe he's counting on. Rook d6 with the idea that queen captures on d6.
And the
there's-
discover check.
Yeah, there's knight g6 on. Okay, but I think knight g6 is even better. Knight g6, pawn times g6,
And the queen
then.
goes. So he's
you know.
completely winning.
Well, it's not clear.
With the queen? Right now?
It's not clear if it is possible to get a kind of a fortress on the light squares. That's what is not clear to me. For example, let's say rook e8 trying to make use. Okay, no, it's not rook e8. There's queen captures. Wait, queen captures, rook captures, rook captures. Okay, yeah. So
There is even you don't even need to capture. How about just a queen check on
queen check.
h6?
That's just
rook
mate.
takes, rook
Okay,
takes.
that's
No,
mate.
It's not. It isn't mate.
Oh, there's no. Sorry,
There's no
sorry,
bishop.
yeah.
So just takes. Then you are able to just push one of these pawns forward, and your king has it saves.
But this is just even much better. Just like queen captures and then rook captures.
And that'd be bishop rook versus bishop rook versus.
So
I was looking at bishop queen versus. I mean bishop queen versus bishop two bishops rook.
I just want to simplify as much
From that
as
perspective.
from my own me. I just want to simplify. But yeah, so that is why I think bishop d5 is still not possible because
Yes, it's not possible because of that.
because
Same
of rook d6.
Rook d6. Yeah.
But just to be 100% sure, I want to see if there is any possibility of a fortress. I just want to be sure that there's no possibility of a fortress. For example, rook d6. Is there a fortress here? Or it's
Rook
not
d6
possible?
bishop. Rook d6 bishop. No, wait. That does not work. That doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense.
So the question is, does this even work? Because this light square bishop might help a lot in but
so even with the you can force back the bishop back to e5.
yeah, but what I was looking at is that even long term, okay, even if it's
You have the queen on board.
yeah.
The queen and the rook.
And the fact that this king is a bit open means that I don't think, because normally you might be tempted and say, okay, this bishop is a fantastic blockader here, and you can just try to set up your pieces on the light squares and hope for something, but I don't think it works. So rook d6 I think is ideal. Let's refresh the page to get the live position.
And just click on back to live move. And yeah, we have a queen d5 instead of bishop d5 now.
Okay, queen d5. Queen d5.
Okay, please, before you talk about this, let me quickly chip in one thing that is very, very interesting to our fellow chess players home and abroad. And guess what? Free entry into the National Friends of Chess 2025. Can you believe that? Believe that. Free entry. But of course, you have to be amongst the top 10 highest rated players in Nigeria to get that. If you're a male and if you're in the female category, you have to be in the top 5 to get that free entry into the National Friends of Chess. And this is the only tournament where everyone, let me not say everyone because some people stand up with 0. 95% of every of the players in this tournament goes home with a prize. 95%. You must win something. There is every round by round prizes that is being shared amongst. If you win your opponent, you get something out of that round, and it's going to be from round 2 to round 8. So imagine maybe 45,000 is being shared amongst whoever wins in each round, and you are opportunity to be maybe 1,000 naira on a round, and in each round is coming to you. 1,000 times 8. That in fact. You probably got your money for registration. The most important thing is winning all your games. So nobody is coming here to come and play for a draw. Everybody is coming to win because there is a loot that is attached to their winning. Apart from the prizes that you can see over there, 650k for the Masters category. And if you are playing in the Masters category, that is the over 2,000. And you are under 2,000. You have to pay extra, please, to be able to play amongst the big boys. Very interesting. Under 2,000 and ladies are playing together, and there are category prizes, female prizes, and veteran prizes, junior prizes. In fact, if you're a junior, you register in the over 2,000, there is a prize allotted for you. If you're a junior, yes, there's a best junior prize for them, and veteran, and so on and so forth. And the registration, actually, if you can register before March 1st, you are only going to pay 7,500 naira. If you are playing in the classical events. In the blitz events, you are just paying only 2,500 naira. So that's a total sum of 10,500 naira for the 2 events. But once it's after March 1st, registration becomes 8,500 for the classical and 3,500. I think 3,000 naira for the blitz. Yeah, 3,000 naira for the blitz, and you are already spending an extra 1,500. So why? Not come for the discount and register as fast as possible. To make matters worse, we can only accommodate 130 participants total. And guess what? about 20 to 30 players have already registered. Before you know what's going on, 100 is complete and you are missing out. Please don't miss out. Register as fast as possible. All the details there, the account details on the screen. Thank you very much, and I'll leave you with the master of the slowest play, Lapite Oluwadurotimi. Cheers.
Well, as you have heard from Chief Wales, the National Friends of Chess is, one of the biggest chess tournaments happening in April. So and as chess players, we have to plan ahead. So just get your registration done and just start training ahead for the National Friends of Chess happening in April 2025. All right, let's try to see what's happening on the board. So here, Queen D5 has been played. So we have to look at Rook D6. We have to ask the question: what happens after Rook D6? Because there's an idea of Rook D6 with Knight D7. So it's Queen times Knight G6, Pawn times Bishop times. We already looked at that, and I think we gave it that it seems to favor white. So if we go back, if white moves the queen, black moves the queen, say for example here, the idea I was looking at was to play something like Knight D7, trying to exchange let's see, opponent will play queen captures. I believe pawn captures is possible. Let's just play pawn captures. Maybe Rook D8, Knight here, Rook here, Bishop here, and Pawn here. So the question is, what is this position? And I think, okay, white is better, but maybe black has chances to just win. But the problem is the blockade. We have a blockade on D7, on D5. Opposite colored bishops, they are drawing tendencies here. Let's see, I think we have some moves. Queen E2 played. I think we have some moves. Okay, so just like we said, Rook D6 was played. In case you didn't hear, what the reason why black played Rook D6 is because white has the option of Knight G6, and it's a discovered check, and then you capture your opponent's queen, and I think white is much better. So after Rook D6, Queen B3, white played Queen E2, trying not to exchange queens, keeping the queens on the board, and threatening the move Knight to D7. You're threatening the move Knight to D7. Okay, you're not threatening Knight D7 before Rook E8. Maybe you just want to first of all play a move like H3. I think H3 comes into, like, you want to play H3 first so that you are secured, your back rank is secured. So, okay, it's, for now, it's just still black fighting for the draw, and white is in the driver's seat. Please feel free to make some comments in the listed. Okay, so Oyepito Joshua is saying Queen E6, Bishop times C4, Queen C4 picks up another pawn. Oh, I think that was an earlier variation. Let's see what he was talking about. Here, after Rook captures on C4, Bishop E6. He says Queen E6 is what he would have preferred, and after pawn times C4, he would play Queen times C4 and pick up another pawn. Well, that's true, but you have given up an exchange, so we have to be careful. Is it good? Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. But the problem is the white player would feel like he's already a pawn up, and the position is clear. Why should he give up the exchange? But maybe it's a very good move. Bishop E5, Knight E5, or Knight E5, and you are 2 pawns up. You have a very safe king, and yeah, I believe white is better here. Although I don't know if it's winning or not, but I think white is better here. So. Okay, so it's not easy defending this kind of positions. Here, apart from the fact that white is trying to make use of the fact that this black king might not be so safe. So you have ideas of queen, you have ideas of queen, what's it called? Queen h5, threatening knight to g6 as one of the ideas for white here. You know, suddenly you are switching from the fact that you have an extra pawn to an attack on the king. So yeah, an interesting battle. I feel like the most important point in this game, in the middle game, was around here. I think this was around the point where black started losing the thread of the game. I think it was a bit too optimistic, forgetting that he was behind in development. I think he was a bit too optimistic here. However, yeah, 98. Yeah, and FM Callistus handled this position fantastically well. Rook c1 and queen b3, and he played some energetic moves, pawn to e4, pawn captures, and making sure to play d4. Remember, you are ahead in development, open up the position as much as possible. And the transition, f5, I think, was maybe another positional mistake by black, giving the e5 square and making this bishop just fantastic. I think it was probably based on a miscalculation, or maybe he felt he had to give his pieces some squares. So yeah, I think f5 was a big mistake. Yeah, but f6. Okay, so he's talking about f6. So like I explained earlier, f6. Yes, it might have been a mistake, but he had a concrete idea behind it. The man thought, okay, he has the bishop pair, so he has the right to play, for example, for king h8. He has the right to play, which would give him a very nice center. But he forgot that what would happen is that white would just be so much ahead in development that it doesn't matter if he has the bishop pair. White will just be yes. So f6 was probably a slight mistake. However, maybe it was also possible to just admit that you are worse. Maybe it's possible to admit that you are. But no, the position is really bad. Because if you play queen times, queen captures, and pawn captures, then the knight comes to d4. One of the knight comes to d4. I'm not sure which knight, right? I think maybe this knight comes to d4. And suddenly it controls a lot of squares, and yeah, it's really terrible. It's really terrible. So yeah, f6 was not ideal. f6 was not ideal, but it was connected with the idea of trying to expand in the center. Already the move 98 signaled that he wanted to play f6. 98 controlling the f7 square, because if you think you are already maybe slightly worse in this position, you might already start considering moves like bishop d6 and just trying to exchange pieces and try to survive. But he probably thought he was playing for the win. So like I said, for those of you who didn't hear, knight e2, I felt black was better here. No, not here. I felt black was better here, but playing the direct knight c5 is better than a6. a6, the idea is understood that you want to prevent bishop b5 because you want to win the bishop pair, but I feel like knight c5 directly was the way to go. Even bishop c3 is probably something to consider. So yeah, that was not ideal. Okay, so we have the live position, and let's refresh it, and we are waiting for moves. Oh, okay, there have been some moves. So let's get an update of what's happening. rook d6, and then bishop c4. So there are two ideas I'm seeing here. Of course, there's the idea of just exchanging pieces. There's the idea of just exchanging pieces. You're a pawn up, just exchange pieces and try to. But I feel Callistus is not 100% sure that if you have, for example, let's just put this on the board. If you have just heavy pieces on the board, let's say pawn captures. Okay, this one is bad. But if you have just heavy pieces on the board, like rooks and queens, is probably not sure if it's completely winning. So that's why he doesn't want to exchange pieces. But it might be just good. Knight times c4 might just be good. Another idea is queen h5, like I mentioned earlier with knight g6 ideas. But I think knight times c4, just exchanging pieces, and then playing bishop to c4. I'm not even sure what you're going to capture with here. Okay, maybe you would want to exchange queens. Yeah, I think white is just much better. And we have Otims back on the show with us in some few minutes. He would probably have a conversation with me about what's happening on the board. So yeah, we welcome back Otims of Africa to the live show. So Otims, it seems like it's yeah, welcome back.
Thank
Great
you.
Otims. So it seems like it's a one-way show. It's not clear how. Okay, I'm a bit surprised. Let's go back here. So knight. Okay, queen is h5. The second idea. I was looking at either knights here or queen h5 as the ideas. Knights here with the idea that you always tell people there are two ways to convert a position where you have a material advantage. So the first way is just to exchange pieces, exchange pieces, and just win, the pawn endgame. Yeah. Then the second way is to attack the opponent's king, and this is the preferred way of Michael Tal, the former world champion. He prefers to just go for the attack against the opponent's king. So this is stylistic. So queen h5 was played. Maybe it's even the maybe it's the better way, but it also has the idea you're winning the exchange here. So queen captures, knight check, and knight captures, and we have the current position on our screen. So black has given up the exchange, but he's hoping that he would get some pawns and a bit of counterplay.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. And then there's also the trick of don't take my pawn, because if white captures the pawn on f5, there is a very interesting trick there. But the question is, does the trick even work? I don't think it works, because queen times f5, bishop e7, rook times e7. Yeah, it doesn't. Rook takes the queen and then rook goes back to block. So yeah, it doesn't.
So you're saying queen captures f5, bishop e7.
Yeah.
Rook e7.
That's bad, because rook would just take and then rook would just go back.
Block the.
Yeah, the proposed checkmate. So the queen obviously cannot take on
f5. Yeah, but I don't think the queen wants to take on f5. I think maybe white wants to play something like bishop e5. Just exchange them. But the problem is I'm not sure how much he has calculated here because of the counterplay that might come.
Yeah. After queen takes on a3, because those pawns will be, well, he can as well just, But even if it captures on
So one of the first moves I'm looking at
rook takes.
is the move rook takes on f6. But okay, so luckily we are not the ones on the board, so we can sacrifice our opponent's pieces. So let's see what happens. So of course there is option of gf or rook f. Rook f looks more sensible, so let's look at that first.
Then
so
there's the rook check.
Okay, rook check. There is rook here.
Block. And then rook takes.
Okay, rook takes. There's queen
King
king
takes.
takes.
Now-
Bishop d6.
No, queen takes the pawn first.
Why not bring the bishop into the game? Is that not just mate?
That's just mate, oh.
And then this.
That's just mate.
So
That's just mate.
So this is not going to be possible for.
For black.
So that means he is forced to take with the pawn. But if he is forced to take with the pawn, there are ideas of rook e7. Let's see. Okay, wait. There are no ideas of rook e7. Wait.
Because of the bishop can. There's mate also.
Yeah, there's background queen. But
threats.
let's see. So there is.
There's queen takes pawn.
There's
Now
queen takes pawn.
Now the queen can take the pawn easily.
Yeah. But
Although-
let's maintain the initiative
Yeah,
first.
there's bishop attacks the rook also. Yeah, on d6.
So okay, let's go to d6.
Yeah,
I
so
feel
it's
like we
protecting
want
the pawn.
Yeah.
It's also attacking the rook.
Yeah, let's go to d6.
And then there's also the rook. There's also the rook check once that rook moves. So
what does he do after bishop to d6? Because this looks forced. So let's go back to what we have. This is rook f6.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, maybe okay, there's some queen c3s.
No,
That's possible.
rook
Okay,
takes-
rook takes f6, so it doesn't.
and-
Okay,
yeah,
it's not
it
even
doesn't
work
it
at
doesn't
all.
work.
So we already saw that rook captures doesn't work
Yeah,
because of rook check. Once again, let's just show that.
Then bishop check.
Bishop d6 and
And
then
then-
checkmate. So that means that after rook captures on f6, you are absolutely forced to capture with the pawn. So now the question is this just winning? So bishop d6
Bishop
is what we are
d6.
looking at now.
Yeah, that's what we'll have to look at, because at this point, even rook moving to, where does the rook go to?
Okay, so the rook doesn't have to move. There's queen c3.
But with queen c3, there's easily rook. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Queen c3. I guess rook d1.
Okay, please remember that this
This is just analysis.
we're just having fun. So yeah, rook d1.
Because now, if the black rook is going to be moving from f8, the question is, where does it move to?
Yeah.
Because
Okay, so-
wait, go back. I just saw something. After queen c3, bishop
Bishop b4.
exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
Okay. So this maintains initiative. Okay. That's
Exactly.
fantastic.
Mm.
Please do not think that you see old teams of Africa on your chessboard and think, oh, I'm going to win. The man is tactically alert. He's seeing everything. So here, I think we win the exchange and we win the game.
Yeah, that's
That's just
mate in a few. Rook check.
Yeah, rook check, but it's mate. I don't know if it's.
Or-
rook check.
Or
Rook check and then rook check.
yeah,
And then what to do?
and then
Yeah, this I think this
and
is
then
it.
queen mate. Up
Yeah,
there.
queen is mate. So
Mm.
so if queen c3 doesn't work and your opponent has to move the rook, the question is where to move the rook. Rook d8. Let's try rook d8.
No, rook d8 is is not, because
Check.
rook check,
Takes check.
queen check,
King
and
up. And then
queen to
bishop.
f6. Okay, bishop f6. I
Wait.
mean bishop f8.
Let's see. Because we have to do everything with check because our back rank is also a bit weak.
Bishop f8.
Bishop
King
f8.
up, king back to the no.
Yeah, it has to be h8 because of the bishop.
block.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. But
It
no.
it doesn't work. If only that pawn was not on a3.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be immediate. We can just do it and then
there's
play.
bishop e7.
Yes, there's bishop e7, but the problem is there's king g7.
Then there's queen f8.
Yes, but there is king. Okay.
And then queen takes
Ah,
f6
okay, and then mate.
mate.
All right. But then if no, because it's strange. If this move works, then it just works.
So I think what can be done at this point is bishop f7.
Bishop f7.
That's the only
Man
move.
sees everything. Man sees. However, there is queen f5. There's
bishop. Okay, queen f5.
yeah, yes, queen
There's
f5.
queen. Okay, so man, it's tough.
So rook f6 might just be winning, yeah. That's interesting. Okay, but there's bishop g6. Yeah.
No, bishop g6, queen
d5.
check, and then bishop takes.
No, queen check, bishop f7.
Okay, and then queen takes on f6.
Oh, okay, no. There's queen check.
Bishop block,
There's
queen
queen
takes.
check. Then there's bishop takes.
No, but instead of that, why not just go with queen check? Okay, so queen takes,
Okay.
bishop, queen check. Yeah.
Okay.
Bishop blocks,
Okay.
queen takes f6.
Ah, okay. Queen. Yes, that's just finishes it.
This is.
Finito.
Mm.
Yeah. So rook f6. Let's go back.
Mm.
Except we are missing something. Rook f6 just looks good.
Yeah.
Rook f6. Okay. Rook e. Wow, that was not played. h3 was played. I feel bad. Okay, well, we don't want to use, like we said, we don't want to use engine analysis, so
Yeah.
we'll not check what happens after rook f6. But rook f6 looked so tempting.
Yeah.
However, with 1 million on the line, I can understand why. I can understand why someone would not want to give up his rook just like that.
Yeah.
But
true.
yeah, so h3 was played.
Mm.
And this is also, I think this is also good, actually.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's just crushing. It's just crushing, actually.
But
Because
Okay.
what to do? You're exchanging everything. Your king is ultra super safe, and you just consolidate. You just win. You just win.
yeah.
I just wanted to see something flashy, but yeah, I think this just also wins. These pawns are so far behind that before you can do anything, your
with
king
them.
is already mated.
Well, but at the same time, okay, so at this point,
Okay, that's king.
then there's bishop, there's f4.
Okay, no, he has to have seen something. So,
There's also bishop. Okay, I think f4 should be the move right now.
there should be enough to. Anyway, there's enough. There's rook captures. There's stuff. So let's look at f4. I mean, we have time. Rook captures.
King
King
takes.
captures. Do we capture with the rook? Which looks good. Rook captures, pawn captures, with the idea that now you can just play bishop captures. And the opposite colored bishops, I think you should be able to checkmate the king. I think. Maybe that's his idea.
Yeah, I think that might just work.
So f4, rook. Let's go back to live position. f4, king h2.
F4
Okay,
was
and
not
then
played.
queen g5.
F4 was not played.
Yeah, f4 was not played.
Hmm.
Queen g5.
Wow. So two bishops.
Yeah, but this cannot be good. Even if you just X.
Yeah, I don't like this for black at all because that pawn on a6 is going.
Yeah, but the idea is he wants to play f4. He wants to play f4 here. So that's what his idea is. However, I don't think you need to exchange queens necessarily.
Yeah, true.
So the question is what to do.
There's still queen f3.
It's queen h7.
Yeah, there's queen h7, there's queen f3.
It's queen f3. Okay, queen f3.
Yeah.
Queen to a8. Okay, let's calculate a bit. Queen h7, then f4. Check. King e7. King f7, I think is the only move. Then rook f7. Okay, so this is what I'm calculating. F4, king h8. Where does the king go? Okay, there's bishop g8, so I don't think this works. Bishop g8.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that doesn't work, then let's
Queen
see
F3.
queen f3 with the idea of even bishop f. Why didn't? Of course, queen f3 is good. Queen f3. What to do?
Well, at this point, what I would think for black would probably be to move the pawn, a pawn, a4, a5.
a5.
Make the
Yeah, but it seems a bit slow.
yeah.
Okay, so what can we do after bishop?
Bishop.
Because a5, first of all, there's queen
Yeah,
check.
there's queen check.
But okay, let's start with bishop f4 first.
So with bishop f4, queen has to go to
G6.
g6.
Then now you play queen check.
Queen check, king steps up, rook check.
Okay, rook can check. Okay, yeah, rook check.
Then that's mate.
Huh?
Queen c6, mate.
So there is something that I should say here, a confession. I'm actually very terrible at checkmating ones and checkmating. It's like my greatest weakness.
Okay, so
Yeah,
a5 is obviously not a good move in that position. So go back one step. Okay, so with queen f3.
Yeah, queen f3. That's right, queen bishop f4. Looks good.
I guess at this point, queen just has to come to.
Let's go to. Yeah, queen f3 was played, of course.
Queen d2 might be considered.
Okay, queen d2. So it's still the same thing.
It's not.
What happens after bishop f4?
There's queen. There's queen to e2. Either e2 or c or d3.
Queen check.
Queen check, king up, king to f7. Now king has g6.
Yeah, but we have a pawn.
Yeah, there's no problem with having the pawn.
There's no problem.
No, at this point there's no,
Okay,
problem.
okay, at this point, yeah.
There is queen takes on what's it called now?
On f2.
On f2, yeah.
Check. Okay, let me go back. I think I misplayed it there. Okay, so check.
Yeah. King steps up.
Check.
King steps up again. Coming to g6.
Okay, can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me stop doing like let's actually try to figure out.
Well, I would think that rook rook d7 might be more forceful in this position.
There's also queen f5.
Yeah, there's also queen captures f5.
Okay, he has played the move h6, giving his king some space to run to.
Yeah.
But what happens after bishop f4?
I guess that's one thing.
Okay, but I thought we calculated bishop f1. I thought that it was...
No, because there is...
No, but check.
Yeah, check. And then rook checks.
Yeah, and then rook checks.
And then bishop blocks. No, bishop has to block now.
Oh, okay. So that is... No, but bishop d6 is just crushing it.
Yeah.
Bishop d6, I don't get it. So that means I think it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop f4 here, I don't get it.
Bishop
If this is a live position, I don't get it. It's bishop f4. Okay, let's look at it. This guy is full of tricks. So what does he want to do? Bishop e2 maybe.
But that would be losing an officer.
To queen check even, bishop captures.
Exactly.
So that can be it. So he has to move the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Has to move the queen, and the only square is here.
Yeah.
And then this is a check. What are you going to do? Okay, block with the queen.
Okay.
Block with the queen.
Block with the queen.
Yeah, we have some moves on the board. Bishop f4 has been played, queen g6 has been played. Okay, and then block with the queen.
Okay. Block with the queen. Let's see. So if it blocks with the queen,
You can still capture the pawn
yeah,
if you want to.
yeah, that's still doable. And then rook. No, that will come after taking the a6 pawn.
Wait, but rook here, what does he do? He captures with
Pawn
the pawn.
takes. Yeah.
Then bishop captures. Plays king here.
Yeah, only move.
Okay, we like to sacrifice our opponent. Okay, so queen. Okay, so maybe
Yeah, just queen takes.
queen takes.
Just queen takes.
Let me confirm if your camera is still showing, please.
Okay.
Well done.
Alright, so there have been some moves on the board. And yeah. There's an idea of bishop f6 here. I don't think it works because of bishop e7. Bishop e7. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing has changed much. Maybe white did not find the best way, but everything still remains the same. Black is in trouble, and black is in trouble, and white is trying to find a way to win. However, just king h7, yeah. It's possible. Queen e4 is also possible. Queen e4. Actually, what do you do after queen e4? That's a very strange thing. Queen e4. I'm confused. Queen e4. Queen to e4. Okay. what do you do? I'm not sure what. Yeah, queen e4. I don't know what you're doing. Queen e4. Is black back in the game? Seems like black is back in the game. It's a difficult move, yeah? Queen e4. Beautiful. Wow, such a very strange move, rook d6. You know, he played it, trying to say, I'm going to play maybe queen c6, queen c8, or rook c8 next, and just exchange queens. But queen e4, I don't know how he missed that. I guess this is nerves showing now, because now all of a sudden, in fact, I'm not even sure why he's better anymore. I understand that, but how do you handle this position? G3 is not an option because bishop here is just crushing. Bishop here is just crushing. So queen G3 is not an option, and bishop here, there is always some idea of f4. This is another problem, f4, and of course also here there's still bishop here. I'm a bit confused. I think, wow, seems like the game has turned around all of a sudden. Actually, if it turns out that FM Callistus has, if it turns out that he has this time, because I can see that the time is saying 2 minutes and 8 seconds. If it turns out that this is the time that he has, then he might be in some trouble. If it turns out that this is the... okay, but it seems like since it's white has 26 minutes. Okay, so he has time to figure it out. I think that he's going to spend a bit of time, figuring this out, because it suddenly is not clear anymore that he's even better. I'm finding it very difficult to find good moves. Okay, let's try to see, what do we do here? What do we even do? Okay, so let's check. King here. What is this? Okay, queen d6, and then if, okay, so there are two ideas. There's bishop here, and there is bishop here. So what do you do after bishop here? Bishop f1. What do you do after bishop f1? It's very uncomfortable. f3. This just feels like checkmate, Face checkmate. So what I'm struggling with, I'm hoping someone helps me out. I'm struggling with how to find a way to consolidate here as white. Does it even play for a draw even? Yeah, I can't see a way to consolidate. I'm shocked actually. Yeah, this was Oyekpiton is talking about rook captures. So yeah, I mean I was thinking rook captures either here or after queen captures on a6. For example, after queen captures, king g8 was played. Just play rook captures, and after the pawn captures and queen captures, and because of the fact that you have it's an opposite colored bishop, but here it's not just opposite colored bishop, but the king is so open that I feel like white is just winning here. But yes, I understand this, and I think it was even a possibility on the previous move here. Instead of capturing the pawn, to just play this, and then maybe even capture here. But yeah, it's very surprising. There were a lot of positions where Callistus should just have given up his exchange. But okay, Queen E4, missing Queen E4. I don't know. It's very strange. So wow. Callistus, I would like to see the current video feed, because I would feel, if I were the one in this position, I would be completely uncomfortable. The game has turned, it has just turned around, and it's not really clear. Okay, we've lost the video for the players. We'll try to see if we can get that back. Is it possible to get the video for the players? I'm not seeing it on the live feed.
Yes, it's working. It's fluctuating based on the network.
Okay. Because it seems like
This is
yeah.
seems it's breaking. So it's
Yeah.
working. So that time it went off, but it should be back on. See?
Okay.
It's going off on.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got to this position in the analysis, and I was asking what would happen after bishop here.
Okay.
What would white do after bishop comes here?
Is this not problematic?
Because f3, there's queen e2. But okay, it seems that they found a way. So rook c8 was played.
Check first.
Rook c8, king h7, queen d6, queen times d4 was played. Okay, and now it's just I think most likely going to be a draw.
Would the two bishops on that pawn?
No, the pawn doesn't move too far, because you can just easily blockade it by bishop d6 and rook here, and the pawn never moves. So I think it's now a drawn position. But I'm curious about this. What happens? I'm curious about this move. I actually didn't see what the solution was. It's possible that I'm missing something. What the solution was? Okay, there is just queen c6, and it solves. No, but that doesn't solve the problem. There's queen check.
Queen takes bishop check, yes.
No, but that doesn't solve the problem. What solves the problem after bishop f1? I mean, both players must have seen the solution to it, so I'm a bit confused about what.
Oh, I missed it. Oh, you put a Joshua.
You missed it? No. I think both of them must have seen it, but there is no how both of them missed this. So the question is, what exactly is the solution to it? Okay, someone is saying black was winning, there was no solution to it. But is that really true? I saw this, and we talked about it, I think with O teams, but I wasn't really sure what exactly the solution was to this problem. The thing is that I feel like I know both of them. I know that they are so strong. I know they are so strong. So I find it very difficult to believe that they missed the move. So that's why
chess is actually very brutal.
That's why
very brutal.
I am reluctant to. I'm still looking for what exactly it is that.
Because at this point, even with f3, queen just goes to f2, and then, queen just goes to e2, and the threat is still there.
Yeah.
Very, very much there.
Yeah. So I was looking at queen c6, but queen times
Queen
g3,
takes,
it doesn't work. So it's not clear what it is. Bishop f1. What was the problem?
Well, it could be the time pump.
No, but it's. Oh.
Could be the time pump.
But that's not even. It's difficult for me to believe that it's difficult for me to believe that Triple A with like 2 seconds on his clock doesn't see Bishop F1. That is why I'm still thinking that there's something that was missed. I don't want to check the chess engine, but I'm not really sure what it is that we missed here. Because there is nothing much to say about this particular position because it's just a draw. It's still going to be difficult for anybody to make progress, and the game should just end in a draw. However, I'm not even sure who is okay. Maybe black and white can try to push. You exchange the bishops and then hope that, but no, it doesn't happen.
Nah.
This
is just rook check and bishop tries to force the exchange and
this is strong.
Yeah.
So but I'm confused, completely confused. Completely confused. I am completely confused. Because if the threat of Bishop F1 really existed in this position, then I would expect that Callistus will see it and will spend like 3 hours before he makes a move.
But then he just makes the move.
Yeah. So this game, it's not. I wouldn't say. I can see someone saying about defense. I wouldn't say FM Abdulrahman defended well. I would more say that Callistus just missed his chance because, for example, there were so many places. Queen A6 here, for example, just rook captures on F6.
Yeah.
And you have
just too many things
against the king.
Yeah.
Once the bishop comes to E5, it's like a monster.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a monster. It's just so it's. It's just I don't even know what to say.
Well, I do agree with Joshua who says that AAA was on the ropes for most of the game, so being able to have a breathing space will probably mean a lot at that point. So it's possible that's why he probably missed it, because I can't really explain why exactly he would miss that Bishop F1, because those are moves that AAA would thrive in.
It's hard to do commentary on some items. It's confusing. Well, okay. I would like to
just get to this position.
I really don't know. I feel like it's the first game and the nerves are really high.
Yeah.
That's why they are playing like, because they know a lot is at stake. They are. It's not just. I don't think it's just about money. They want to prove that they are better. Yeah, because currently I think it's number 2 against the number 4 in the country.
Yeah.
So it is. It's more of a battle of trying to say, okay, I'm the better player here, not you. So I don't think, yes, there's a lot of money on the line, but I don't think it's all about the money. They know that it's been, the games are being shown all over the world. They understand that, it's so they really want to show that they are the better player.
Yeah.
So that's the only way I can, we can, because if not, it's difficult to explain it otherwise. It's difficult to explain it otherwise. Yeah, so for those who are just joining us, I believe the live games, you can watch it on this Lichess link.
Callistus has stood up.
Okay. Yeah, so probably both players will be really disgusted with themselves at the play they played today. But I think we got to witness, some, very interesting strategic battle. It will be very nice to hear both of them and their thoughts when they finish the game. I think, I am guessing that this game is heading towards a draw. However, with what we have witnessed, anything is still possible. So, I would just let's just wait and see. But actually, so the thing is, There are some things I've learned that I'm not even sure of. Okay, because of this bishop and pawn, of course. Okay, so but the interesting. It gives up the pawn, yeah.
No. Well.
It's giving up
Okay.
the pawn. What's this idea?
He wants to push. He wants to push.
Push what?
Push the B pawn.
To b3.
Yeah. I think that's the only explanation.
Okay, let's make some moves. So rook captures on g7, pawn to b4.
B4. Personally, I think I'll go for. Okay, so if we go for the H pawn onto b3, rook takes, pawn to b2, it won't work because rook will just head back to b6.
Okay, let's see. Let's be greedy. Pawn to b3. There's also bishop e6.
Yeah.
But there's
No,
rook
but
here.
there's rook, yeah, exactly. So it
There's
doesn't
pawn
work.
here.
And then there's rook.
Okay.
Yeah. And now it's
Okay. So
well, there's also king exactly. King d4.
I think this one
King
pushes.
e4. Personally, I'll just move the rook back. Okay. But that would king in, yeah. B6, I mean B2, then king in. No.
No, that was a mouse. Thank God I wasn't
King
playing a game
C2.
on lichess. So you have to capture, because if you don't capture, there's
yeah,
bishop b3.
Bishop, yeah.
I think maybe even there's rook. Okay, no, there's bishop b3. Okay, so rook captures.
Captures, king takes. Now the question is, how do you want to continue? Because the king would, well, I'll go with king g3. I'll go with king g3.
Yeah, king g3.
The king c3, then king f4. Yeah, that would be my preferred. You think I care about that one? No. Push my h pawn. Now there's no stopping that h pawn.
Sorry, maybe I should have gone.
What I'm looking at is bishop e6.
But I don't want to keep the bishop. I just want to take.
We'll exchange the pawn. Yeah, g4. At this point, it's just.
Let's. Okay, so for some reason, after rook captures on g7 was not even. So it means that maybe we are missing something. So king e5. After rook captures on g7, what was it going to do? No, what are we missing? Like, I feel like if white wants to try to maybe even play, to pretend to play for a win, this is the way. So that's why I'm confused why he didn't try to play rook captures on g7.
What was played is like king g3.
King g3, yeah. And then g5 followed, king f2.
Whoa.
Yeah, but there's nothing here, yeah.
Personally, I would go for rook h7 now. go for rook h7.
Yeah, but here there's still the idea now.
Yeah, but it doesn't really work because after rook captures on h6, rook can easily just head back.
Yeah, but you're not in any danger. Black is not in any danger. You just come here. And you come here.
Yeah,
And
but
you have
now,
saved yourself all the trouble.
but now there is also g3, h4.
Yeah, but so okay, g3,
Mm-hmm.
king here
Yeah, h4.
takes.
Yeah, takes.
So what I'm trying to say is that if you wanted to play for a win, you should have played it earlier.
Earlier, obviously.
I'm so sorry to chip something in. Can you
Yeah.
go back a few moves where you spot this
Mm.
bishop?
The
coming?
bishop f1.
The bishop f1.
No, you are long
I've passed
gone.
it?
Yeah,
Oh, apologies. No, this one.
yeah. Just keep going.
Wait, I'll take you there. I'm coming.
Once you get to the
Yeah,
yes, and this bishop f1.
Yeah.
Actually, from that bishop f1, black was completely winning.
Huh?
It was a free bishop.
Eh?
Black is completely winning.
You can confirm it was a
Yeah, because how will it depend?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I was
that's
asking.
what
The thing is,
No, how will it
I could not believe that both players missed it, so I said no, it's
Yeah.
not possible.
both of them is
Yeah.
I don't understand.
As in, it's just.
pressure.
Yeah,
Because he has to take queen down to c6.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then queen times
Queen
f4
times
check.
f4.
Yeah, that was what I was saying. Like I even saw it like 5 moves earlier. I was saying it that is
because after bishop
Yeah.
times c4.
Mm.
yes, yeah.
Right, sorry,
Um,
is it no d4? After bishop takes d4.
Yeah, d4.
There is a that is see if he leaves the bishop. that
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So many
Yeah, so
Too
I was,
many.
but I didn't want to believe it. I just, both of them are strong players, but
Mm.
it seems like both missed it.
pressure. You know when you are coming from a position of loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very strange, very strange. Yeah, but even here, so
Even after the exchange.
like it was a bit confusing why.
So now again, when king moved up
Yeah.
to
e4, e5.
e5, what is talking
Rook times g7. Exactly.
Maybe it's still a draw, but I was thinking that white has to play rook captures on g7.
Yeah,
better
just-
draw chance.
Yes.
Yeah, for whites. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't get it. Although white is not in any danger of losing.
You can lose. But
Yes, but I was wondering there was nothing.
there were
you see
possibilities of
disconnection. Why
winning.
did you disconnect?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't understand.
And the hip pawn that is after cannot draw because of the check on the e7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm confused because now he's going for the h6 pawn.
Which is,
I don't get it.
well, that,
I don't get
you know, I
it.
was saying it.
I don't get it.
Going for which pawn?
H6
H6.
pawn.
Oh,
So
so why didn't you take g7?
Exactly.
Because the fear would be that you don't want to leave that
That file.
yeah, they are, so it's. I don't get it.
Whether the board is
Actually, I'm so confused. I don't get it at all.
Look. Yeah, so, you know, I was saying this earlier. Just take the h6 pawn and then head back. But I think the reason why he went for it now is because the king is behind. The king has moved back to e5 rather than the king being on e4.
I don't get. Like, how is this the way you defend this position? I feel like you should just sit now. There's nothing your opponent can really do. If you like, after this happened, like just sit.
Yeah.
Like there is nothing your opponent can do. It's just sit.
Mm.
I don't get it. I don't even get it. I don't even know what to say. I don't get it.
At this point, I would personally expect maybe pawn g6, either g6 or g5
Yeah.
at this point, not king stepping away from those pawns.
Like the thing actually is, it turns out that if you don't have this pawn, there are many positions where 3 versus 3, rook versus bishop is actually a draw.
Draw.
So if you just chill,
Yeah.
it's not really clear what is happening.
The king could just even still dance around those pawns and just.
Don't even understand.
Oh well. Treasure.
Like from this, yeah, I don't get.
Treasure.
So he danced around with the king for a bit.
Mm.
I'm definitely confused. Like exchange pawns,
Yeah.
or I think I'm so confused. I'm completely miffed. And now your rook is caught up. It's trying to say check. Okay, if you push the pawn, then the pawn is lost.
Yeah. But
So white is winning.
not clear yet. There's still bishop d5.
Okay, bishop d5. But your idea of g3.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah, after g3, you play h4. You create an outside pass pawn. And yeah, I don't get it.
I guess king e5.
King
Probably.
e5.
Just trying to
King e5.
goes back. Then king comes back to
Yeah, but then you're not.
no exchange. Then king can come in.
To d3.
Yeah.
But you're not in any danger, I think. Let me see. I don't think you're. Yeah,
I'll be
h3.
back.
Yeah. King here. All right. So I'm being joined by the great Mr. Edward. He has come to help me with the analysis. I've already called you out. There's no how you escape it. So please join in. Please. Your insights are welcome. So for those of you who don't know him, he is the coach of many great young talents. So I'll give him the floor to introduce himself properly. I don't think I'm doing him justice enough.
You've done enough justice. My name is Edward. Coach Edward is sufficient.
Yeah. Please tell us some of the people you have trained and some insights. Let the people know you.
I'm here for Callistus. That's all the people need to know.
Okay.
I've been there for him since his first tournament, and this is a big one for him. I think I should be here for him too. That's all. I'm here for him. That's all.
All
Nothing more. Let all my other students wait for their time.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Rook g8, pawn b2. I want to see. Can I be greedy? Rook times pawn check.
Is this the
pawn
current
check.
position?
No, that's not the current position.
Okay.
So this is the current position. Okay, let's not even allow the opponent. No. Why are we afraid of the opponent? Rook here. Okay, the pawn comes here, and then the pawn points to h4. I don't see. Okay, so this is just winning now. I think.
Winning?
Yeah, I think white is just winning now because I don't see how you can.
How you can stop the outside pass pawn?
Yeah, how you can stop the outside pass
push
pawn.
that pawn at the same time.
You can't even push the pawn. The question is how you can stop the outside pass pawn. Because if you attempt to come here,
No, you can't come.
the pawn just goes, coasts to victory. Let's show it out to the people. The king is just too slow. So
Why did the king have to use the light square on that side?
okay, so
Why go through e4? Why not just go through d5?
okay,
So
it's still the same thing. Pawn push.
You can always sacrifice. The bishop is there to sacrifice everything.
All right, let's see. What are you proposing?
Now the king holds the pawn.
King holds the pawn. Pawn push.
You have to sacrifice your pawn now.
Sacrifice the pawn. Pawn takes.
Yeah, so king down. Preparing to push.
King here.
Yes.
Let's check.
Check king e2.
But you don't even need all that. Your king just goes and just keeps the pawn. I don't see how. What are you doing after king here?
The bishop is going to the back to stay on h7 while you still push your pawn. I think black should be fighting for a draw here,
Back.
but it's a difficult draw.
No, it's not. This one is
It's
gone.
a
Abi.
difficult draw.
This one.
the H1.
Yeah. You want to play bishop here, right?
Yeah. When I came in, I told, after the loss of the massive advantage, I told Presido that
cannot lose.
by first he cannot lose, and I trust his endgame. That's actually his strength as a player. So I was confident that since a 0-0 endgame with a rook on board, I think Callistus stand a good chance.
This one, this position, he should be able to convert.
Should be able to convert this position.
Yeah, there's nothing even to do actually.
And with the time Triple is working with, he can't think of anything in all honesty. Oh, the white king has gotten that far. Oh,
Is this the current position?
no. He's looking at possibilities. I was thinking of sacrificing a pawn to just let the bishop
Which
come
pawn?
alive. The
You wanted to see,
F1.
so we're looking at something like this,
After
and
that, you
then
have to just
you wanted to
sack the
sacrifice
pawn.
this pawn to stop it, but it still doesn't work because you will now have two extra pawns, and
And the king is good.
there's nothing too much to see here. No, but I'm surprised I gave up his pawn on H6 or G7. I don't get it.
Maybe he didn't even believe he had recovered. I think that's the problem. The position was too bad at the point. He has turned to survival mode. So even when the position became better, he was still playing on survival mode.
Yeah, I think in a few moves we'll just see resignation here from black.
He was still playing on
There's nothing.
you already played that?
Yeah, there's
Okay,
nothing. This is a live position.
nothing here.
So the game is gone.
There's nothing
The
here.
game is gone. So, yeah.
He can't move forward with his king.
There's no move. There's no bad move. That's the problem. As in for black, there is no bad move. You can't even make a bad move. That okay, let me play a bad move and continue. There's no good move. There's no bad move. I'm just wondering what's happening. Okay, so I mean the only thing you can just do is play the king f6.
King F6 does not do anything.
King f6. You can just check him if you want to.
King F6,
Cut
I'll
the king off.
No, you don't need to do that now. Just move your own king too.
Yeah, you can also
Your
king here.
doesn't
Yeah.
match in. So,
Yeah. Okay. So
and go and sit down on F4.
yeah.
King will go and sit down on.
Is that
Yeah,
simple as it is?
yes, it
Yeah,
is. King will go and sit down on F4. If he tries to go to the back, he will get better. So.
All right. Before the match ends and we maybe get one of the players to come into the Chief Wales will help us advertise the Royal Rex Hotel and Spa. Because I feel like within the next few minutes we are going to see the end of the game.
Okay, let's go to Real Rex.
All right, welcome back. We got a feel of how the Royal Rex Hotel and Spa is. If you are somewhere in Lagos and you need somewhere to relax, you know where to be. I think we are getting the finishing, the last moves of the game. It's clear that White is just winning this position. There's nothing really much to talk about. There's nothing much to talk about here. So, let me see. Okay. Okay. So, yes, I was saying all this, but the question is, how are we winning again? H7, King H6, yeah? H7, pawn push. I think that is the only move Black has. However, you don't even need. Okay, yeah, you should take. Actually, you should take. Although you don't need to, you can just play the move. You can just play the move king. Oh, that's complicating it. I mean, not complicate someone else's game. After pawn push, which will be played, then pawn takes, and f5 is coming and the game is winning. So bishop captures on h7, rook captures, and with the rook and with the pawn, I think you're just winning. Huh. Yeah. But it's good to be precise here. Okay. There is a slight problem. Let's see. h7. No, not bishop e4. Of course not bishop. Sorry. Pause if I All right. I think we're getting to the final moments of the game. What we'll try to do is we'll try to invite the winner of the game to join us. We are assuming that the white is going to win this game. We're going to ask the winner of the game to join us and explain what he was thinking and take us through the critical moments of the game. Because there is this unstoppable threat of rook f8 checkmate now with just wins, and I think we would be seeing resignation in a few moves. So it was a hard-fought game. For most of the game, white was in the driver's seat, but there was a moment there where he lost concentration. If we go back to that moment, that was much earlier here. He had a dominating position throughout, and here I believe instead of this, if black had played the move bishop to f1, black would have been in a bit of trouble there. So black would have been would have put white in, white would have been in a bit of trouble there. So bishop f1, I think that was a great miss for black, but apart from that, it was a very dominant game from white. He handled the strategic battle well. His idea here of rook to c1 followed by queen to b3 was just fantastic. Rook to c1 followed by queen to b3, because he understood what black was trying to play for. So e4, trying to break the center before white can consolidate, and then also playing d4, opening up the position because of this development by the black pieces. Black pieces are not developed at all. So it was interesting. Okay, so I think we have our final results in. It seems like black has resigned, and it seems maybe the players are having a small conversation. I don't think we have a mic that can pick up on what they are saying, but after the I believe we can ask one of them to join us in the press conference. Yeah, so it will be interesting to hear their thought process and what they missed, and share their thoughts with us, the great players and their great minds. All right, so while we wait for that, someone is asking how many games would be playing. Is this just one game? So I believe there's just going to be one game today. It's a 6 games. Yeah, it's going to be 6 games. It's going to be a match of 6 games, and prize of the prize pot of 2 million naira. Yeah, so 6 games. I believe it's just one game today. One game is going to be played today. So I'm hoping that we can get at least one of the players. So please, guys, stay tuned. At least one of the players will be joining us, and we will be able to get his insights into. We'll be able to get his insight into what happened in the game and what they were thinking about. So okay, the game lasted for how many moves? 72 moves. So let me just try to take you through it from the beginning and some of the critical moments I thought. The first surprise was by Callistus playing the move knight to c3, but I don't think the game really had much to do with the opening. I feel like the interesting things that happened after. So knight to c3 though was a local surprise, although it's a well-known move, so I don't think it could have caught the FM Abdulrahman off guard. Knight to c3, pawn to d5, bishop f4. So the game transitioned. Okay, so FM Abdulrahman played an interesting bishop b4 move. This is a well-known move. It's good. There are other good moves too. There are other good setups. Like I told you earlier, I like the a6 setup. I think Femi Balogun, I think he plays the g6 setup. So these are all interesting ideas here. Bishop f4. Okay, so here, this was where I believe that Black made the first move. Well, it might be too harsh to call it an inaccuracy, but the first move I wasn't too happy with, a6. I felt like that was, you are taking too much time. You need to, when you are playing, you need to develop your pieces, and you need to develop them fast. So here, knight c5, I think, is the move I would have played. I think it's a good move. Just putting pressure on white and preparing to castle. You have the center. The game goes on. Like I said, Black was trying to prevent the bishop b5. He wanted to get the two bishops without allowing this move, bishop b5. But I don't think he should have. It was necessary. Okay, so while Black played a6, knight captures, pawn captures. All right. So here, bishop e7. If the FM had an inclination into what was going to happen in the following moves, it might have considered the move. It might have seriously considered the move bishop to d6. It might have seriously considered the move bishop to d6. But okay, so he played the move bishop e7 instead. All right, so we have the great FM Callistus, the winner of the first round of the Battle Royale, here joining us, and he's going to try to take us through the game. So first of all, how are you feeling? What's
I don't know how I'm feeling. That game was so many errors.
Sorry, just give us just 1 minute before we. Sorry about that. Yes, we have FM Callistus in the house, the winner of the first round of the Battle Royale, and he is going to try to take us through a lot of things that happened, his emotions, the moves they missed, what he could have done better, and all the things that happened in the game. So I will now let me take it to the game mode so that he can have the mouse in his hand and take us through the games.
Okay.
So okay.
D4, knight f6. I think knight c3 is the first surprise.
Okay, so what we'll do is because it might take a long time to be taking every move, we'll just try to look at like the critical moments. Yes. Okay. So the first really key moment, because that was where everything turned around.
Let me talk a little bit about the opening.
Oh, okay.
Because I think he responded to the opening pretty well, but at some point he wasn't willing to commit to his idea, so he went back on his idea. So with c5, bishop b4, knight d7, knight f3. Why doesn't have much? So yeah, I was expecting him to go bishop times c3 at some point, or even queen a5. Then I castle, bishop times c3, queen times c3. You understand? So let me just make the move. Is there any need? Queen c5. This was what I anticipated. Bishop takes this. I was considering c5, or maybe just this. The idea is that after he does this, now I can occupy the diagonal and play rook b1. Just some slight initiative.
Okay, but what were you planning? I was
serious.
talking to them about the move knight captures on c5 immediately instead of a6. What were you planning to do then? After?
Oh, knight captures on c5, I just castle. It's very fine for me.
Okay, but you are not worried about maybe giving up the bishop?
No. I'm not worried.
Alright.
So castles, knight times c5. Yeah, there was a big positional threat. If I allow bishop times c3 in this particular version, it's just losing for me, because after bishop times c3, this a4 square will be weak.
Yeah.
Then b5 is coming immediately. I can't play c4.
Yeah.
I can't play e4. It's just a terrible position for me.
Yeah.
So that's why knight e2, castles, a3, knight times d3. I think for me, I realized I had a slight advantage already.
Yeah.
So, then bishop e7. I didn't expect this move.
What were you expecting?
I was expecting bishop a5.
a5, yeah?
Yeah.
Why is the
it
bishop
doesn't
going
look-
to a5?
I don't know, but it doesn't look like the best move. But I just felt
What about bishop d6?
bishop d6 as well. Bishop d6 is equally okay. I think bishop d6 is better than bishop a5. But bishop e7 just allows. Then knight e8. I was very surprised. I think his idea of playing f6 was what made him play knight e8.
Yeah.
So queen b3, f6. I was so worried about this move until he played it. When he played, that's when I realized it's not so strong. It's not as strong as it looks.
Oh, I was telling everyone that, like, around this move, when he played 98, I was telling everyone that you were going to play queen b3, e4. So I thought you had seen the idea before. Like, when you played queen b3, you had seen the idea of
yeah,
e4.
I had seen the idea, but if he does not play f6,
Yeah.
e4 is just a normal.
Oh,
move. I
yes,
don't have
yes.
much-
Yeah.
But f6 just makes e4 very good.
Yeah.
So I think he missed e4. He probably thought I'll have to play d4 and then my pieces are limited. But after e4, I just have a fine position. King a8 was the only move. I was pretty happy when he was looking at this side, trying to play something here, but I don't know why he didn't play it.
King d8.
So captures e5. I think e5 is the only move as well.
Yeah.
Because after captures, if he plays queen takes, it's just a terrible position.
Yeah.
Terrible. Like, I was really hoping.
But
for
which
something
knight?
like this.
I was thinking the knight on f3 because of g5 maybe.
Yes, I was thinking the same, but I need this e file. These pieces on the e file are going to give me some
Yes,
play.
yes.
So
yes,
I need
yes.
to be able to play rook
Rook
e1
e1.
immediately
Okay.
to claim an advantage.
Excellent.
Yeah, and this bishop, you notice that this bishop is lacking squares.
Yeah.
So
Alright.
bishop g3. Yeah, I had a big decision. Either bishop g3 or bishop e3.
Yes.
There was a move I saw he was supposed to play here. Not b5. I was expecting him to play
Bishop g4.
Bishop g4.
Aha, yes.
I
This
was
was the
surprised
move.
this was the moment he had to come back into the game. I was surprised he didn't play it.
This was the move Otims was suggesting, bishop g4. He felt like b5, because we felt b5, bishop b7 was too slow. If b5, bishop b7 and black gets all his moves, he's happy. But
Yes.
d4.
Just bishop here. It's either I think maybe slightly better for me. I don't think I have much because it's going to capture. I think that's part of the reason I played bishop g3. I just want that extra protection on the king
against the
side
king
and
side.
also pressuring this
e5 pawn.
e5 pawns.
Alright.
Because after bishop here, queen times
B7.
b7 is just nonsense. Just play rook b8, queen takes.
But what about bishop g4, d4? Will you consider maybe?
No. I don't think it works. Bishop g4, d4, e4.
Okay.
E4.
Because it's
After
hanging.
e4, this knight is hanging.
Of course.
So
So
That's-
bishop
I think-
g4 probably was the move that you should have played.
yes, if I can play anytime I can play
d4.
d4, I'm just fine. I'm maybe even better, maybe winning.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but okay, sorry. Just go back one move.
b5.
I was surprised you didn't play d4 here immediately.
No, d4,
Okay.
e4 comes.
Okay. Knight e2.
Knight e2, f5.
Yes. But we're thinking that. Sorry. Make the move. Fine. Please make the moves on the board.
d4
E4. Yeah. Knight e2.
is going to capture everything back. Every single thing.
F5, but then you suddenly get bishop E5, knight F4, you suddenly get F3, the position opens up because all his pieces are still on the back rank. F3 moves like
Okay,
F3.
okay. I get the point now. There's also knight f4.
F4, yes.
Oh, that's right.
So we're thinking the immediate D4 when we're here.
That's true.
Okay, but
Just the fact that there's knight f4 makes it very attractive.
yeah.
I think I didn't calculate it properly enough. If not, because I knew I had to go d4. Somehow I was kind of hasty. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's the first game. I'm still warming up or something. But maybe the best move here is just this.
But there's F4.
Hey, if you play f4, then
Okay, now there's
that's the idea.
No. There's even E times F3 actually.
Okay. Well, f4 is just bad here because this move is to prevent knights here.
Yeah, but okay, let's even say rook C2 or knight F4 or something.
No, this is bad.
No, actually, sorry, go back and move. I think this position has to be fantastic. Go back and move. Even ideas of like giving, go back one move. Okay, there's after bishop G5. Apart from everything, there's knight F4. There's also rook C6. Even giving up the exchange.
Yes. Knights. The idea of bishop here is to allow is to make this possible.
Okay.
And followed by this. So this is just the idea of bishop G4 because black can't allow knight F4. If he allows knight F4, the game has ended.
Yeah, rook C5.
So.
And you're still. I think white is much better by far.
Rook C5.
White is just.
White is still better.
Yeah. Okay. So
let's go back
game.
to the game. Bishop B7. Yeah, I had to play D4 final.
Yeah.
Even if I had spent more time, probably would have gone through that variation we were talking about just now. Yeah, I was expecting queen takes, so we entered that endgame.
Yeah.
I think it creates more realistic chances for him.
To draw.
To maybe even win safe, because his bishop gives him compensation.
Yes, but
he's a pawn down, but this position should be around equal.
Yeah. Okay.
So queen into f5. This move was very bad. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I think he was dreaming of some f4. I saw f5 and I knew. I already anticipated f5 long time ago. I knew it was bad.
It seemed to be a very big positional blunder.
Yes.
Maybe even a tactical blunder.
Very bad. I was even considering this, but it's not necessary. Just play knight c5. 9d6. Yeah, I had too many choices to make.
Yes.
And I think I made the right choice, but I had to consider bishop takes, bishop e5, knight e5, so many things, and even knight e6. There was a variation I was calculating. Knight e6, bishop takes, this. It doesn't work because of this.
But you have queen g3 though. Okay,
it just feels wrong.
Yeah. It does, of course, it feels
Queen
like I'm
G3,
giving all your advantage. Yeah.
So wrong. So I just left that variation. So I went for rook e1, just the worst place improving it. 96 finally. I think this was the moment he realized that he has fucked up. Position is just very bad.
Yes, this position.
There's no knight c4. If he captures and I capture, there's no knight c4.
Okay.
Because of b3.
Okay. And then bishop a3.
He can't capture because of bishop here.
d6, sorry, not bishop
Bishop
a3.
d6,
Bishop d6.
yes.
Okay.
So, and if he can't play knight c4, it's just a terrible position.
Yeah.
So that's why he went for knight c4 immediately. Rook c4, bishop times e6, rook c6, bishop g8. Yeah, I knew I was better, but I couldn't tell by how much.
I was asking about. So you played knight e5, but I was also asking about the move. Sorry, that.
Why not bishop e5?
Yeah, was it possible to play bishop e5, exchanging the bishop and having a good knight versus bad bishop? Yeah. Was it a possibility?
It's double-edged. I don't know, because After this now, he doesn't have to respond. He can do this.
Okay, but you still have the rook d6.
Huh?
Rook d6.
Okay, rook d6 idea. Sorry. Okay, yes. I never had that because of rook d6. I thought playing knight here is more of an advantage than bishop here, because let's say this happens. Let's just say worst case scenario. This happens. I'm slowly agreeing with you. That's why I'm pausing at every time.
No, we just thought it was a possibility.
Yeah,
The position was so good that they were almost all the moves are good. So we just thought, okay, this was also a possibility.
My
not that
look
it's
is already very active.
Yeah.
So
Just thought it was an interesting idea. And it seems you're just dominating the board.
it seems that way, but okay. This is probably type of position Callistus will like. Well, I don't know. It's the first game, so let's just.
Yeah. Okay. So Queen d5 was
This
played.
with d6, I wasn't so sure of it. It felt like a bad move.
Why did you? It was good, but why didn't you go for just rook c5 straight? Why d6?
No. Rook d6. I always have rook times f6 idea. Like I want to always keep that idea. Then I want to keep the pressure on the a6 pawn. So you cannot play. You cannot move that particular way.
Okay.
Yes, that was the idea. So
I think we should show you more.
Queen b2. Yeah. It was so painful that when the rook times f6 was right, I didn't play it. F6 for queen h5. Queen times b2. I was surprised it went for this version because there's no way I'm not winning this. h3. This
So-
was the point you guys were saying bishop. Yes.
Yeah. We were talking about it. We looked at all the variations. It seemed like it was working.
Yes.
We didn't get, because after pawn times and bishop d6,
This was what I was calculating.
any way for queen times f5, you didn't see any way for your opponent to survive. You didn't see any way for your opponent to survive.
Okay,
There's
so-
queen g5 check. So there were many opportunities for rook times f6, it seems.
Yeah.
I think this was the first opportunity for rook times f6.
There was another opportunity. This was the moment I calculated it.
Yeah, there was like 3 more opportunities for rook times f6. I think.
He is just winning.
Yeah. But we thought that what you did was also like excellent. So there was no like what you did h3 just king. Yeah, it was excellent. So there was no problem.
Okay, there's still rook times f6 here.
Yeah. So
Okay, no, there's no rook times f6.
no, not here. It
There's
was
no rook
later.
times f6.
Later.
So
So rook e8,
Yes.
everything. I think everything was
Excellent.
good. Was great. Yeah, queen f3, an excellent move.
yeah, I had there was one interesting variation that I was probably winning as well.
Yeah, it's rook
I
d8. I
saw
was
it.
wondering why you didn't
I
play
saw
rook
it,
d8
but-
as well.
I saw it, but I was like,
Yeah.
and he's losing the f5 pawn as well.
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Because this bishop is,
Has to, you have to protect it. Yeah.
so I wasn't sure if this is winning. I wasn't sure.
Okay. The bishop.
It has to be winning. It has to be because
The king is too opened. Like there will always be check and pick up something, and there is a pass
Yeah.
pawn on d4.
yeah,
Yeah.
it has to be winning.
We didn't actually see this variation, but yeah, very nice. The rook d,
I saw the
bishop
version,
e7.
but I felt it to be more difficult to convert than what I went for.
Okay.
Probably wrong assessment.
Yeah, we were talking about how nerves probably would have affected both of you during the game
Yes.
because it's the first game, and not just the money, but the fact that both of you want to show that you are the better player. You know. So, all right, let's continue.
Queen
So-
e8.
This was another opportunity maybe for rook captures on f6 maybe.
Oh,
Rook f6, pawn f6, bishop
No,
h6
no.
check,
that's
and then queen times x, and then the fact that you have 2 opposite colored bishops, we're thinking that it's just winning.
wait. Then bishop
Bishop
check.
h6 maybe,
Bishop a6. It's just this should be.
then
a draw.
queen times a6, and then the king is very open.
But black can hold. If black plays well, you should be able to.
Opening color bishop in this kind of situation is good for black.
If
Good
it's
for black,
if
but the king is very open.
If it's a win, it's a very, very, very long win.
All he will just do is keep offering queen exchange at every turn. That's all. The moment he gets that queen exchanges, he will be happy. That's all black will be.
But not even more here. The next turn is actually where the rook times f6 was. I think that was the final opportunity for rook captures an f6, I believe. After this queen a6, king g8, then...
I saw it, but I thought it's giving away my advantage.
Because then the bishop comes to e5.
The thing is, after this,
Pawn.
pawn takes, queen takes,
Queen h6.
queen h6. You're just capturing pawns. I don't think.
Yeah, but the dark squares are so weak. How does it defend his king? How does it defend his king?
I don't want to give away advantage like this. So after queen g7, you can't exchange queens, obviously.
Yeah, you play something like this. And then the bishop comes to e5.
Well, yeah. It should be a win. It should be a win.
Yeah,
Queen e4. After queen e4,
yeah, but because this allowed.
After queen e4, I was sad. I didn't know what to play.
We were thinking we were going to take like maybe 2 hours here to think.
I took a lot of time because there was no good solution. There was no good solution. I didn't even see bishop f1. If I had seen bishop f1, I would have. I don't know. Is there a solution for bishop f1?
No, I didn't see a solution, but I thought
There was no solution. Not now. It was after you played rook c8 to check. Queen c8 was better to check.
Okay, I think there's a draw here with bishop e5.
Not at this point. This point you are still fine. You still,
Still
still had a good advantage after queen f8. Yes.
Queen c8, you mean?
Queen c8. Sorry. After queen c8, you are still.
I saw
fine.
queen c8, but
The follow-up, we didn't see the follow-up actually. I was also looking at queen c8.
queen c8, king
h7.
Then what?
Then bishop e5.
And this is a draw. This is a draw.
It's not a draw. Why?
I saw that it's a draw.
I don't like that opening.
Yes, you have to open it if you don't want to draw. And then his light square bishop has enough counterplay.
I don't like that opening of the light squares.
So that's why I didn't
Yeah,
go for this.
yeah, I understand that considering the position you were coming from, where you were just completely winning, it's very strange.
Yeah. You even have this immediately,
Yeah.
and it's a draw.
No.
Or even win. Wait till
It's a draw at this point. At this point, it's looking more like a draw.
this is okay. You have to play queen here. You have to come back, else you win. So
You have to come back.
Or you sack the exchange.
no, this
Don't
loses.
sack. Why sack?
This loses.
You don't sack at this. Look
Okay,
out.
we check.
So
You don't sack at this.
No, but this
point,
is
though.
okay. Loses. Eh?
it loses.
There's no
because-
perpetual.
Immediately.
Yeah.
No, I thought there was a perpetual with queen f5 and stuff, but there's no perpetual.
So it's not.
Okay. So king h7.
Queen d6. This was just. I didn't see bishop f1.
I said that there is no how that both of them missed it, so that there is definitely a solution that probably both of them saw.
No,
Bishop
we
everyone was.
both missed it. The pressure was just. I don't know how to describe
Yeah.
the game. I wasn't really as detailed in my calculation as I should be. If not, rook times f6. I've been seeing it moves ago. I should have played it in that key moment where I played h3. I should have played. It was the major move I was calculating. So
Yeah,
it was as if I'm calculating, but I'm not really seeing the details of what I'm calculating. So. maybe it's
So
just-
would you say that this game has more pressure on you than a lot of other tournaments that you have played, even?
Kind of. It's a mash. So you know that once one person gets a win for one person is a loss for the other person. So it brings some kind of unusual pressure.
Okay. Do you think 6 games is too short, or you wish it was?
No, 6 games. 6 games is okay.
Okay.
If it's too long, it will be exhausting.
All right. So you feel 6 games is enough to show who the better player is?
Yeah.
All right. So let take us through the ending part. So we can just go forward. After
I was happy when he played this because I know even if NG might say this is a draw, I can pressure him. Like,
But how do you pressure it?
Huh?
How do you?
that's exactly what happened in the game. Because I think what I thought is that for him to draw this position, he has to keep both bishops at least. And if he just holds, it will be difficult for me. That's what I thought. But the moment I played this, King F6, Bishop E3, and he exchanged, I just felt this position, there's too much for him to calculate with his limited time. So even if this is pawn by some miracle promotes, and I end up capturing 2 pawns here, I might have 2 connected pass pawns.
Okay.
You understand? Because I was seeing a variation where his king just comes here, support the pawn goes. Then I'll have to.
But I think, I'm not sure, but I think in this position, 3 pawns versus 3 pawns, even with rook versus bishop, it's a fortress, it's a draw. Like you can't make progress.
No, it's not.
Yeah?
It's not.
You sure?
I don't think so. I think it depends on the pawn formation. It depends. There are some particular pawn formation that you know that your, let's say, I don't know the exact pawn formation, but if your pawns can cover dark squares while your bishop is on the light square,
okay,
maybe that can work. But if my king can come in, I would always be threatening to sack the bishop, always be threatening to enter some.
So you're saying that the final moment where you felt that it would have been easy for him to try to draw was after bishop e3. Maybe you should have just kept the bishop with bishop c3 and then just continue to wait.
Yeah, I felt so.
That this is better drawing chance, yeah?
I felt so.
Okay. So you were taking us through the game. So we're surprised. Okay, king
Bishop
d5. Okay.
F takes king e5.
We're surprised about no rook g7.
No, rook g7 might be a regime I like it, but I don't like it because my king is too far away from the action. So I need to bring my king as soon as possible. If I play rook times g7 and his king just comes in, I can't get more than a draw. I know I can't lose the position, but if I bring my king closer, there might be some winning chances, and he's down on time. So why not try something? G5. So yeah, king f2, and I'm happy. King e4. Father, I had this good d7 resource. I just started having hope that maybe I can win this.
Cutting off his king, yeah?
Yes. So king e5. This gives me time. Yeah, I was considering king here. Just come to this side of the board, but it's too. The idea is too simple. So b4, rook a6, b3, rook b6.
Finito already.
Yeah. King b4, rook d6. The same idea. So the fact that I have this idea and the fact that this pawn cannot move just gives me some kind of balance that I really need. So king e5, rook d8. For me, I think I should be winning. I don't know what the engine would say. Because it's a simple technique for me. Bishop d5, g3.
But sorry, if you can go back a move. After rook d6.
Rook d6, yeah.
Was it possible to play b2? What's b2?
No, b2 is losing.
And the rook just comes back.
Yes, that's the whole idea.
Okay.
So you cannot push the pawn. So rook d8, bishop d5, g3, creating the outside pass pawn. So at every point I had to prevent him from playing f4. Because if he plays f4, then he has good drawing chance. So king e2. King e2 was important. So I'll be able to check him and he goes back. If I allow him cross, he'll be able to draw. So king e4, rook b4. I think from here it's just straightforward. h4, gh4, gh4. And it's also nice that this pawn is covering g5 because his king cannot come to h5. In this position, if his king comes to h5, then he might have drawing chances. So king f6, I think for me it's just a textbook.
Yeah, you showed great technique.
Yeah, it's straightforward for me. And this was his last trick.
Yeah.
So I can take the pawn and still win, but this is just simple. For king h6. There's nothing to do again.
So very, very, very nice win. Apart from that moment where it seems like you missed Bishop
Bishop
F1.
F1.
Yeah,
Yes, that was a big moment.
yeah, but I think it was a very nice strategic battle. You surprised your opponents in the opening, nice strategic battle, and then you converted nicely. So, what's your strategy now going to the next few rounds? Are you just going to hold and say, I'm going to draw the next 5 games? What's going to happen?
I'll play chess and we'll see what happens.
All right, so play chess and see what happens. All right, we've heard from the FM Callistus. We would now leave him so that he will go and get some rest after his very tough first round game against Abdulrahman, which he won nicely, and he showed us, he took us through the games. All right, thank you very much, FM Callistus.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, I'm joined by Chief Wales, and we would be using the next 1 minute to say, a few words before we end the stream.
Thank you very much, Fide Master. I mean, already aspiring as a Fide Master. I could remember the very first time I actually got to know you was doing the Millionaire Opens, where you tied against Lapite Oluwadurotimi.
Yes.
That was a very, very painful memory for me, because I was already rooting for you to win, for at least a junior or someone that is well younger to go and represent at the Millionaire Chess, only for you to play some funny, interesting ideas in the kind of just after winning the very first topic and just hold the draw, and you started playing like Van Damme, and all of a sudden the old war horse came back, and that was a memory I still had every time. Thank you very much for coming. You're just wonderful. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget we have these events coming up. Zone 4.2. Please. Don't forget, register as fast as possible. Of course, I don't think it's not open to everybody. It's not open to everybody. Please just signify interest to the Nigerian Chess Federation Secretary. From there, if you are eligible, you'll give you a call. That's one. And number 2 is National Friends of Chess. That's also popping up at Chevron Bagada. This is the toughest of the toughest of the toughest Opens tournament in Nigeria. There's over 2,000 and there's over 2,000. Maybe your team is going to drop his camera this time around and come and play in there and come and show us some workings. Don't be fooled by the guy carrying the camera. He's going to crush you. I think International Master Dakbadu can actually live to tell the tale. Quickly, I'm actually going to go also to Royal Rex. Royal Rex has been wonderful, and I'll show their their adverts being partnering with the Chess Challenge, and the venue was fantastic. Everything was going smoothly, and we really appreciate what they've done so far. So good. Royal Rex, God bless you guys. We won't be able to have a round 2 today. Apologies. Round 2 will be starting tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Please, we are so sorry about that. There was an urgent meet that one of the players and the vice president of the Nigerian Chess Federation had to undergo this evening. I'm sure you will all see the news very, very soon. I don't want to be the one to to leak it out of the bag, but you are going to get it from the media officer for NCF. He's going to be posting it online as soon as possible. And again, to the players, you've seen Callistus won, and a very good thank you to Lapite Oluwadurotimi. I believe he wants to play what? I know National Master Lapite. I know he wants to play the zonals, so that he'll be able to qualify and go and play the super zonal and get his IM title. He doesn't want to start from candidate master FM. It was straight IM, So and the only way is to get it through. I'm in the spirit. Yes. I'm in the spirit. Exactly.